You found your way deeper into the academy, avoiding living spells, descending the grand staircase, jumping from level to level instead of walking. You made pretty good pace. That is when you weren't delving into what the wizards had left behind. In the library, Soleil had a chance meeting after slipping into the dimension unknown to you, gaining some knowledge and having lost something else. But the few hours he was missing did not pass unutilized. Red and Evelyn spent most of the time gaining knowledge themselves. The only outlier was Huxley, who spent their time destroying knowledge that may never be recovered. Destroying 2 iron golems, you forced your way into the wizard's abandoned magic vault, coming away with several items in hand. And then progressing further down, you were met with a strange light from below. But before then, you paused at the Academy's surgical theater, resting in the lobby, where Evelyn, on the other hand, decided to have a little look around. As she did, an Oblex tried to get the better of her, attempting to steal some of her mind and perhaps infiltrate the group. By Evelyn's mistrust, quick reaction, and some assistance by Vidar, however, the ooze fled back into the shadows, leaving you for the moment, at least, alone. Here, surrounded by the cold stone of the theater, we begin today's session.
To be clear, did you say we begin today's session or we begin dissection?
Both.
I mean, they're not mutually exclusive, so you can do whatever.
I mean, I have we finished the long rest?
Short rest, I think.
Short rest.
Short
Sorry.
rest.
You were settling in for a short rest, and you have not finished it yet.
Okay.
I think Evelyn probably spent at least 20, 30 minutes looking around so far, but not enough time has passed.
Continue that. So there's some further.
The thing went off into the hallway, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did, when we came through this front, did these stairs go up or down?
Down.
Down.
We should probably inform the other.
It's
It's likely badly wounded, but there is a chance it could try something desperate.
probably a good call. And I don't really trust them to also respond to that situation appropriately. Reluctantly move to follow.
As you rest, you should take some care. There is an ooze about, an oblate.
Can look a bit like a person potentially calling out for help, so don't do that.
If anything, it will probably try to strike at you from the shadows. Try to stay away from vents, holes, openings, that sort of thing. Watch out for movement. Should not be too hard.
I feel like oozes crawling out of vents and pipes has become kind of a regular thing.
I mean, this one doesn't sound nearly as bad as the Blight, but you know, we'll keep an eye out.
Evelyn just wants to explore everything, but now she's got to be mindful that people are trying to rest, and if she opens a door, it could initiate a fight, and then they don't get their rest. Wing mechanic. Horrible. Horrible.
Horrible.
Would she care though?
Not really. There are 2 doors right here, right?
Yes.
She's at least gonna see if the door is locked. Unlocked. Not necessarily opening it, at least testing the door.
It's not locked. You turn the handle, it clicks, and there's definitely enough movement that you could probably swing it open.
Just a crack to see, like, any oozes in here?
Are you asking that?
No, I'm not asking, but that's the
Hello, any oozes in here?
Hello? Any ooze?
I'm not an ooze, I'm a blob. Okay.
She's just trying to see, like, can I see anything, or should I shut this door?
The first thing you see is a couple of books. Then a lot of notes strewn across the table. And peering in a little bit, you see tile, a sort of laboratory floor. You see instruments, and you see a table.
She'll go ahead and push the door open more and kind of take a minute before going in to try and look around, like do a perception check to make sure nothing looks like an ooze.
Give me a perception.
Yeah,
Give me an ooze check.
Yeah, that's not one. I don't even care right now. I'm sure it's fine.
You sort of, almost as if trying to appear to be looking to others.
I'm
You
being
make
mindful.
this effort to sort of look around, but you know full well that if there was an ooze, you might not even pick it up.
Yeah.
Because your eyes sort of dart from one point of interest to another, and
So
none of them
many
are
things to
oozes.
look at, so she'll leave the door open behind her, but she's gonna go ahead and move in and start to kind of glance over the documents, kind of slowly flipping through as she makes her way down to see if there's anything that looks interesting or any research that jumps out at her or anything like that.
As you go through the notes, there's a lot of anatomical studies. There's a lot of reports and lists of things found in various bodies. It looks like most of these notes are regarding some sort of work. There seems to be some sort of examination room.
She'll kind of, if anything like jumps out at her as something that she doesn't know, at a quick glance, she'll throw it in her bag for the time being. Just in, but kind of making her way down. She's a little curious still to kind of look around the room. She'll make another ooze check before progressing away from this hallway.
Give me a news check.
In case Vidar is spying somehow. Oh, it's 14.
The room you're looking at is relatively small. As far as you can tell, there are no obvious ways to enter this room aside from the door. And as you see no movement, you are fairly confident there's probably no oozes in here.
I can't recall if I've attuned to this item or not. When did we get the star metals, whatever.
Which one?
The dagger thing. Was that from the wizard's vault, or was that somewhere else? I can't recall now as I'm looking at it. My notes do not tell me.
I think we must have just gotten it.
I can't remember. It seems like it would have been the vault,
Yeah.
but
But I don't have notes on it from the vault. That's why I'm very confused.
It might have been from the
Was it
assassins.
from-
That's why I'm not sure.
I don't think it was a vault.
Because I have like things
The only
that are
thing I
down, and that's
remember
not
from
it.
the vault right now is the instrument and the ring because of the yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna say much into it. For the sake of it, I'll go ahead and kind of toss the dagger up in the air so that it kind of floats around me as a extrovert attempt to be somewhat conscious of not getting hurt.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be orbiting me for the time being. But Ellen will go ahead and make her way in and try and sort out either what surgery they were doing, anything that jumps out at her for interesting tools.
Give me an investigation roll.
Sure. That would be... dirty 20.
As you look around the room, you see, in terms of gear and equipment, most things you would expect from generally just an examination room. There is one thing that you find that does look somewhat interesting. It gives off... I don't know, do you have Detect Magic up
I
right
do.
now?
I do have Detect Magic up.
It gives off a faint aura of magic, and while it does appear to be somewhat mundane equipment, it certainly is also a magical item.
What item is that? Oh.
Aside from general gear, of course, one focus of your investigation is the body on the slab at the center of the room. But as you lift up the cloth, you can tell that whatever this was, at this point it would be hard to tell if this was some sort of undead creature or living creature. It's humanoid, that is for certain, but its flesh is dried and desiccated like a mummy, which it
Right.
also could have been.
Go ahead and pocket the magnifier glass. I'll have cast a quick identify if she would have, but and then go back to kind of glancing around the room slowly, curiously kind of prodding at the thing. The mummified kind of being, and just out of more morbid curiosity, kind of seeing if she can't test herself to notice. And I don't need you to actually tell me this, but more like she's trying to like take note of any sort of features that might remain to be able to make a guess without doing anything to the body itself of what kind of race or origins, like random things like that. She's mostly just kind of putzing about, doing silent trivia with herself as a way of testing herself. But She'll probably linger in here for a short bit.
As you examine the body, there are no obvious signs of what it could be. So, amongst humanoid, there's only a sort of small pool that remains. The size and stature sort of suggest a human, but there is a lot of this dried and desiccated flesh in between the digits of the creature's hands and toes.
So maybe more like a Triton or something. She'll just make a few notes for herself.
Mhm.
So, Red, do you think it's really a good idea to let her wander off on her own again?
I think the key word you just used is let. I don't let her do anything. She just does it. Are you saying I should go?
I
I
mean,
mean, I can, but she just won't kill me. I think.
I guess she's kind of like an unstoppable kind of tempest, right? Not really much to do about that.
Right. I would have done things that she's done wandering around in an academic building is very low on the list. I think she'll be fine.
Wow.
I mean, true though.
That's fair. But wow. Eventually she'll like maybe wander to the back just to glance and see if there was anything in the back doors of note.
If you were to glance into the back doors, it's very short.
Mm-hmm.
You take a quick look, you see these coats hanging there, all white, all starched.
Yeah.
All of these seem to simply be working uniform. Something you'd wear not to get certain fluids on you when you're working in
Makes
a place like this.
Or you just have a butler that follows you around and prestidigitates you clean. So you know that's fine too. If you're poor and can't afford that.
Jeez.
She'll begin to wander her way out. And do a similar thing with next door.
As you walk out, you do notice this small plaque across the door opposite of the room you just came out of.
Over the
And
store?
it reads Chief Surgeon's office.
Oh. I'll carefully check to see if the door is unlocked or not. Before just pushing
Again,
the
you
door open.
turn the handle and you hear the click of an open door.
And I'll do a very slight crack the door ooze check.
Give me a perception roll.
5, don't really care. Looks clear to me.
Again, much like before, there's not too many obvious entryways from this room. There is a window at the back of this room and there is light coming in, but the window itself seems closed and somewhat solid.
Okay. Begin to wander in. look over the desk.
On the desk, you see some opened letters. The envelope sort of almost carelessly tossed to the side, all very carelessly opened. The wax seals are still there. It's just sliced open at the top with a dagger.
Look
All
over
of the
some
open
those.
letters
Mhm.
are a very short message on a large piece of paper. And I give them to you as they are stacked on the table. Aside from the letters, you see several encyclopedia books arrayed in a line. Some pictures, portraits, largely uninteresting.
We haven't. Have we come across anything that was talking about Antoine?
Not so far.
Was there anything over this door that suggested that it was his office or anything like that? Nothing like that. Or I recall seeing anything over the other door versus like this is
You
like the
did
chief surgeon.
not really look. You were kind of
Okay.
close to it.
Yeah,
But
that's
if
fine.
you were to go back and take a look,
Take a quick peek.
you'd see
right?
that it just reads examination room 1.
Okay. Interesting. We'll gather the notes and take a minute to kind of glance around the room, see if there's anything that jumps out at her otherwise. Or anything with detect magic.
The place itself looks somewhat what you'd expect a regular office to look like. Not even really any wizard's office, just a mundane office.
She will, I guess, glance outside to see if she can see positioning where they're at. Roughly.
There is a faint aura of magic as you step up to the window. And you are not that surprised to see a long, wide green plain and mountains. Something that should definitely not be outside.
Noted. Then she's gonna assume that's something more along the lines of illusion magic. Would that make sense?
It's got the same color.
Yeah. Alright. She'll check this door real fast before planning on making her way back to the others. No.
You turn the
Pausing
knob
to-
and it's locked.
It's locked?
Mm-hmm.
Oh. You want to leave a door locked? I'll go ahead and try and unlock the door.
You have thieves' tools?
Yes, I do.
Then please give me a sleight of hand.
That is... Alright, but... 18?
That's the DC.
Ugh.
Just as you sort of
Horrible roll.
push in one pin after the other, you notice this lock is old and hasn't been used in a long while. But that luckily also makes it a little bit easier to pick. The pins as you put them in place rest simply on the fact that they are rusty. The springs are rusted through. There is not a lot of force keeping this lock locked. And after a few swift movements, you turn the handle again and hear the click. How exactly do you open the door?
Probably slowly, like carefully, like doing her whole like I'm going to crack the door open again,
There's this
and check to
very
see if there's an ooze.
slow creak. As light falls into this room, first time in a long while, you see empty holes in a skull staring back at you.
Oh.
And as more light falls in, there is another and another. And you see that this entire room is just filled with skeletons.
It's the Bone Gang.
There is, however, a faint aura of magic from the very back.
Oh, don't tell me that. Talk about skeletons here. Pause it. What's the easiest way to go about doing that? I guess she'll, out of more curiosity, try and shift some of these skeletons so that she can get to wherever, or see what she's sensing magic coming from.
Can you give me a sleight of hand?
Sure. That's a 18 plus 27.
This is a moment when you sort of slowly move them apart where you notice that they're not very structurally sound. There's this tuk as one of the skulls just drops to the floor, and you stop before one of the skeletons is just about to tip over and possibly just domino all the skeletons to the ground. Your issue is not really the preservation of the skeletons in this case. It's more so that you know the kind of noise.
And then my
Thousands
party
of
members will
bones are
start
going to
looking and being like, why are you playing with skeletons in the closet? Awkward.
As you do lean forward to sort of catch that one falling skeleton, however, you do catch a glimpse of what the glow is from. On a skeleton all the way in the back. Just around the hip bones, sort of loosely hanging, lies a belt. It's only faintly glowing, but it is glowing.
I'll go ahead and like pull Kieran around from off of my back and kind of eye his size and where it might take to get over to where the belt is. Does it look like he might have an easier time getting over to these skeletons? Like around this, navigating through the skeletons. To
Yeah,
get to
there's
this belt?
enough space above and between the bones to sort of navigate to where you would want to go.
Right, Karen. Going to be very cautious here. See if you can't get over and get me that belt. Careful. I'll do my best to keep the rest of these still. And off you go. And try and have him shift around through like the legs and try and get up to where the belt is to get.
Mm-hmm. For Kieran, it's easy enough to fly around, unclasp the belt, and simply fly back towards you.
Oh, quickly identify that. Fun. Noted. Oh, where am I? Where's the deal? Reorient. Oh, right. Cool. Then she will go ahead and gather Kieran and help him get settled on her back again, and then make her way out of here. Would she be familiar with Arcanus at all, at least as a name?
Roll me a history check.
Yeah. That's a horrible roll. It's a 7.
There's obviously a very easy word association, but other than that, it's somewhat curious that you have never heard of that name before.
Right.
Which is odd. Sort of a word that would come easily to anything sort of arcane.
Don't make her way out. Right, I found some notes that might be of some assistance. Looks like they were heading to Arcanus. Was the intent, at least.
You think the Archon just named a city after himself? That's what it sounds like.
Right, it looks like this was for the Archon. I shall kind of pass the notes around so people could read the letters that she found. It also seems like there is an issue with the head examiner. I also found this magnifying glass. Thought it might be handy if one of you kept it with you. Should help with looking about and being able to identify magical things.
Yeah, sure. Okay, take that. You already have one, right? I think.
So everything this
I've
magnifying
seen her-
glass does. No,
Yeah,
she has a
I've
normal
seen that
magnifying
one
glass.
used, yeah.
And her, I think even her
It's like your
artificer
multi-tool.
all-purpose tool can turn into one. Mechanically, this is very cool. I can also do all of this already from my. So it'd be better off having somebody else also be able to do better on investigation stuff.
Nice. Vidar, have you ever heard of Arcanus? Yeah, that's a weird word to say. Vidar? Oh, there
What
he
does
is.
that refer to?
A place?
The letter itself said that they were moving to Arcanus. and mentioned everyone running around for the Archon.
It's nothing that I'd heard of. There are some associations I could make, but how accurate those would be is questionable.
Okay. Should we check the rest of these offices real quick, or are we gonna get going?
Are you all still rested?
I feel pretty rested. I think. But I feel pretty rested.
If the short rest has happened, I feel pretty rested.
There's about 10 minutes left.
Yeah, then... Couple minutes, then I should be fine.
You can glance at least in the ones over here, so you can check them off the list. Reg, you're fine to sit for a little bit longer.
Wait,
See if you can't figure out how
Open
to...
a door.
Right. But, maybe play with the new magnifying glass, see if you can figure out how to make it work.
Okay. I think it's just magnifying glass.
Now that you know what you're looking for, as you sort of stand a little bit further away from the doors, you do see above them these
Nameplate?
small bits of designations. The one right in front of you reads Surgeon Secretary, and the one to the right reads Head Examiner's Office.
Oh, good hang there. I'll
What is-
check the door like I've been checking all of them.
As you grab hold of the handle and go to turn it, more so than a lock arresting the door, there's this visual, sort of almost like a flare up of magical energy. Not in a sudden or dangerous way, but certainly when you hold the door trying to open it, it's almost as if something charges, and there is a slight sheen of magic across the door.
Can I tell what type
As
of
you
magic?
let go, it vanishes again. If you go to grab it again, it shows back up. It would be enchantment.
I'll go over to this door for a moment instead and check this door.
That's the familiar click of an open door.
And I'll do an ooze check. Not really rolling. She's like, I'm looking around. Unless there's something like right in the middle of the room. She's like,
Yeah.
it's totally safe. And then go ahead
This
and...
room is significantly smaller than the others, and you're fairly slow. The ooze would probably have to, like, bore a hole into the ground to get into this room. There's not even any windows.
Rough time. She'll take some time to kind of glance over, keep detect magic up, still. Glance over any notes, see if there's anything that jumps out. Or if it just looks more clerical.
In this room especially, it would appear that everything is clerical. You scoff at the bureaucracy as you just see stacks and stacks of lists, ingredients, subjects, bodies going in, going out.
Boring, is what you're telling me.
As Evelyn comes out, she might overhear Soleil saying to Red, "I swear, she sounds more and more like my mother when I was like 5. Why don't you play with this and that while I do the dishes? It's ridiculous."
I mean, yeah. I do know how a magnifying glass works. Oh, there's...
As Evelyn steps back out of the room, you have finished a short rest.
Alright, check the right doors.
Do be cautious. At least one of these doors had some sort of magical something or other on it. You could use your magnifying glass.
I'd like to make a show of using my magnifying glass to look at this door.
Do you actually?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a door, yes, of standard design. I guess it's an investigation check, but like...
Proficiency bonus is doubled. Do you have a proficiency
You can also give
bonus?
me an Arcana check if you're looking for specifically magic.
Okay, sure. Specifically magic. 7 plus 10 is 17.
Oh.
Yeah, it's just the door, really.
That's a door. I like to open the door. Hello, Mr. Ooze? No. Now Ooze. Oh, bulletin board, maybe? Maybe? What's that say?
You see lists of things that are written in shorthand you can't really decipher right now, but it looks like it's a packing list.
That makes sense. Boring. It's a door. Can I open the door? I don't want to check.
Yeah, you open the door. You see a large tile-covered ground. See various counters. Lots of drawers. And it
Does
looks like
look
laboratory
mostly
equipment.
emptied out, maybe? Or...
It looks like a lot of bottles and such laying across the desks are empty. There are some that contain some sort of murky liquid that you're not sure if it was left because no one wanted it or if it was just left because easily remade, but
Okay.
there are a few sort of bits and bobs everywhere, but nothing that looks like it was left behind on purpose.
Is there anything... Like, is that a letter? Or... I just want to, like, briefly skim the things on top to see if there's any additional, notes, like Evelyn found that.
Give me
seem
an
obvious.
investigation roll.
Okay, I will studiously use my magnifying glass. If I don't have proficiency, I don't double it, right?
What's the word say?
Yeah, I mean, you double your proficiency. If you don't have proficiency, it has nothing to double, I guess.
Yeah.
5.
But wouldn't you still? Oh, I guess you're gonna have to be.
Most of the envelopes lying across the table seem to be empty. Some
Make
fresh
you study
envelopes
more.
that don't look to have been used at all yet. Some that definitely were opened previously. Among the notes and the books you find, again, somewhat mundane research equipment, some recipes for alchemical compounds, but none that look like they would be of particular interest. There are a lot of preserving liquids, cleaning liquids.
Also boring. These rooms seem clear. I didn't check for any magic items, but I also can't do that, so... No oozes, at least.
Well, check this door over here with your magnifying glass. See what it tells you.
Okay.
I'm gonna work on casting Identify real fast on the door for myself. But I'm not gonna say anything yet.
That's
I just want to see
about-
what he looks into his.
That's a terrible. Most doors have been doors.
What do you roll?
Not all.
Did you do Arcana or Investigation?
Okay. I
If I
rolled a
cast,
2.
I no.
So
If I cast Identify on the door, do I get anything from it at all?
Yes, there is an enchantment on the door. Red, as you sort of lean down and examine the door with your magnifying glass, there's this moment when you feel something, smell something. But then you notice then it's just a slight wind coming from underneath the door.
well, it
You
seems to
can't
be a door
quite tell if there's any magic on this door.
behind which there is something more unusual than the previous rooms.
Right. So the door
I
is
recommend
a magical
mage handing it.
door. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, right. I mean, yeah.
would you like to try and sort out what type of magic
What?
with your magnifying glass?
I don't, is that what it does?
Mm-hmm. Roughly, you should be able to understand mostly what the door does.
Okay.
You might break it if you're not careful, but go ahead and try. What's the harm?
I don't want to break it, but I mean,
She just doesn't want us to be able to identify.
Reliant on me only.
fine. How does one cast identify through a
Think
thing?
real hard. What is it? I don't know.
Do you mean,
Magnifying glass in my hand? I cast it.
are you aware of the magnifying glass's magical properties?
No.
It
She
doesn't
just told me
require
it was a magnifying
attunement.
glass.
I just told him he should be able to do it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just should be able to do it apparently. So I'm just, no, but I don't know what identify
when
spell
I
is,
identified
so.
it, would I have known what the command word was?
I would say, given the level of the item, you would have.
Right. So she kind of just watches. She withholds for so long to the point where he's just like, obviously looking like this is stupid. We're like, right. So say the word reveal.
No, that'll set my lantern off.
Right. Well, is there a different word that doesn't matter what the word is, beggar?
Are you sure you know what this does?
I would let you choose the words or change the word, but it would probably require like 10 minutes or so.
Wait, hang on. I'll set my lantern down. Fine. So I set my lantern down, so I'm not touching that, and then I say the command of reveal.
Yeah. Yeah.
Passive
keep
is
my lantern
already
on.
in use.
Exactly.
I couldn't believe you already had that word for you, so I forgot.
Okay. You cast Identify from the magnifying glass. Can you roll me a 1d20? Better not roll a 1.
Ooh, 4.
Okay.
Getting close.
You watch closely and almost like detect magic, you see these thin lines of light appearing across the door.
I don't know detect magic.
And as you cast Identify, you can see an enchantment that had been cast on the door. Evelyn, you learn this too from your Identify. It's a very simple but strong enchantment, which functions somewhat similar to the magic vault you had seen just earlier. It's simply a version of an arcane lock that requires the presence of a key item in order to open the door.
I don't remember. Did knock work on it or no? Did I try knock on the
The
vault?
lock on the vault door was much, much more complex. It was also somewhat hard almost to see because it was layer on layer of enchantment, essentially.
Oh, I
While it's
get
like
it.
similar in function, you'd wager that this one might be weak enough to fall to a knock spell. You did try and knock on the vault, but on the vault it didn't work.
This is like a mind puzzle for wizards. I see the solution here. Hey Huxley, this wall right here. I need a door. I understand. I got it. All right.
Can I punch through the wall?
You punch the wall?
No, she punches the door, obviously.
No, the wall. I asked you to punch
punching
through the wall,
Yeah.
To make
Which
a
is
door.
now a door.
which is a door. Yeah,
Give me a strength check.
I told you it's a door right here.
Do you use your weapon or do you just punch?
I mean, I do have a. Oh wait. I have a pickaxe. And
Any way you want to do this is fine with me. I just need you to roll damage.
Yeah, I have my stone mail pickaxe, which, if my target is made of stone, it deals extra damage. But I
Yeah,
don't think I
it's
think that's
stone.
only for stone creatures, so I don't know if it would apply. Yep.
Brett is incredibly pleased with himself at figuring this test out.
Ellen, who had previously been increasingly impressed with Red, that has just tanked so much for her.
It's a 25 to hit.
It'll hit alright.
You hit the wall.
Do I get the extra damage for being stone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, in that case.
Cases like these are Miss Wind.
That is 28 damage. Piercing damage.
You swing your pickaxe and what is a sort of, to code, brick wall, it turns out. There's this crunch, this crack as you probably hit something somewhat important to the entire structure of the wall, and there's just this crack and cave in of the wall, followed by the very loud noise of several bottles shattering as As your pickaxe comes to rest in the ground, as you just slam right through the wall, you also puncture through the table. And it's open.
Excellent job, Huxley. Well done.
As Abram
Maybe more
passes,
doors.
as Abram
He's so
passes,
defeated right now. at this
Soleil
moment.
looks at her and sees if she looks at him, and if she looks at him, he's gonna make, without saying a word, like some kind of "wasn't me this time" kind of look.
Yeah, she would have looked at him and just been like, kind of like that slow nod, like, "Yep, I asked for this. This is obviously my fault."
I can make more doors.
No, that's all
Preferably
right.
not.
It's just 1-to-1. For every magic locked door that I find, we make a different door.
Okay.
Yeah. I think that's what we're trying to get at, I'm pretty sure. Look out. Oof. Ow, that's glass.
There's this distinct noise of just crunching glass as you step in.
Who's gonna go in before Rep decides to smash anything else?
I didn't touch anything. I don't know what you're talking about.
You able to notice a sort of change in air. There is a lot more smells in this room. Likely owed to the fact that many of the bottles you see arrayed all around the place appear to be filled with liquid still. As opposed to the other rooms, all the stuff that had been left here looks like it just simply wasn't packed up.
Oh, this is probably that head examiner's place.
Right.
That's weird. I don't see that many heads in here. It must not have been very good at it.
Oh my god.
That was a joke.
I
It's
know.
worse than the skeletons in the closet.
Evelyn's making a guess that is this like a skeleton that looks like oops, I can't. This skeleton here, does it look like it's a like display skeleton, or is this like somebody died here?
It looks like an anatomical
Gotcha. Okay.
skeleton. You see it like rigged up with wires and such.
Is anything from any of these potions or vials of liquid ringing as magical?
Like your vision goes out to 30 feet. Right?
Detect magic, yes, that's 30 feet.
There is a glow that you see from the bottles in this sort of crate where they're somewhat cushioned.
You will make her way.
There is a faint magical aura from a lot of things in this room, but most of them seem faded almost into nothing. As if they'd been old enough to just have gone bad and lost their magical enchantment. Inside this case of various small glass containers, you see two that are still faintly glowing.
I'll reach out and kind of touch each to cast Identify.
Both of them are labeled. Both of these, or all of these bottles, are enchanted in a way that they are supposed to preserve whatever is inside at a certain temperature. And the two that are filled still seem to also bear their enchantment. And as they are labeled, you receive both a cat specimen and giant skeleton specimen, if you wanted them.
Absolutely. Reg, can you put these in your bag for me? Much appreciated. gone forever.
So, Vidar, if you were, let's say, an ooze, how would I know?
What? What are you asking?
Like, if you were one of those oozes that you saw earlier that almost got to Ablin, like, how
Ah.
would I find out if you were one of them or not?
Well, you would certainly smell sulfur, at least with this particular specimen.
Okay, that helps. Could I also ask it questions that only, for example, only you would know the answer to, or
The
how does it work?
simulacrum would sound exactly like the original person. Given that a simulacrum can only be created through the theft of a person's memories, I would wager, depending on the question, the impersonation may be able to answer these questions.
So sulfur it is then, I guess.
Well, there is certainly one way to check. The simulacrum cannot separate from the main body. It is not the entire ooze that changes. There will be a small, thin strand connecting the both of them, sort of like an umbilical cord.
I would be
It's
able
like
to
you were to check
sense
a
that.
puppet for a string, I
Okay,
suppose.
but then I would have to get close, and that's probably a bad idea, right?
Well, either get close or walk around it in a large circle.
Okay.
Either way, the actual ooze part of the body will not be too far away.
I apologize.
So far,
That's all good.
I do not think anyone's memories had been stolen. So at the moment, I would wager we are somewhat safe. If you feel any debilitating effect on your mind, do let us know. Then probably your memories were stolen.
Will do. I mean, I remember from earlier when we were in the library and when I returned from that other dimension that you said something in the means of you feel like you lost something or you should remember something that you don't anymore. Is that kinda the same, or is that a different thing?
It's both of them are technically memories you've lost. So in a way they are somewhat similar.
Soleil definitely staying a
But-
couple feet away from Vidar.
As a player,
Starts to
at
circle
least,
him.
I don't know if Soleil would assume this, but as a player, you'd know that there's sort of an attack associated with it and a heavy dose of psychic damage you take.
I mean,
Memory
I have no
control.
idea and Soleil does not too, so
Yeah.
that's fine.
This is definitely a more forceful taking of memories than whatever.
Yeah, I mean, this is classic Soleil. He finds some things that kinda could fit together, and let's just go rolling with it. Yeah, I guess during, like, while talking, he's just trying to, like, super naturally trying to, like, walk around Vidar a little
You're
bit.
just sort of
It's-
circling around.
Yeah, but
Vidar.
not like obviously like perfect circle. He's just going back and forth a
Yeah.
little bit here and there, and
Just sort of wandering.
yeah,
past
wondering,
each
just
other, it's
waiting,
sort
like
of-
like he's waiting for the other guys to come out and just making a little bit of ground around. Vidar.
Mhm.
After Rhett takes the hearts,
Mhm.
can she glance over any of the notes on the table, or try and convince Rhett to either look at the notes or look around the room or open the door?
Yeah, I was gonna check the door.
There is a pile of confusing and somewhat yellowed notes of paper all around the table.
Mhm.
The thing that is most intact is the book that lays on the table.
She will.
So, give you this one right
A
now.
Oh boy. Ugh.
Fun with that one.
I'm
Beggar
gonna
did
read
a lot
this.
of
You
work.
open a door, thanks.
Yeah, I was an Arcana check to see if the door was enchanted. Which was a 29.
The door does not seem enchanted. I would say with a check that high, as you sort of move past the lock, you do notice that there is a faint glow, but it doesn't seem to be coming from the door or the lock, but from behind it.
Ooh. I will crack it open very slowly then.
You open the closet to find a large shelf filled with more of these jars of liquids and various things you'd seen outside on displayed on the long line of shelf around the room. There is one that gave off this little bit faint glow.
If I check it, is it labeled?
It looks much like the jars you have, but it's not labeled.
I will collect it then. And bring it over to wait.
Celaya, as you continue rounding Vidar, there's especially a bit of a pause whenever you sort of walk past the staircase. As it leads into darkness, you watch especially closely. You'd figure if Vidar was attached to somewhere, he'd probably lead downstairs.
Mm-hmm.
Give me a perception roll.
All right. That is a 31.
Yes.
What the fuck, dude? But why though?
Because I can.
You walk past the stand, looking for strands. You look around Vidar's feet. Vidar kind of looks at you with furrowed eyebrows. But at this point, you're so close. If you were to see something, you'd probably see it now. There's a sort of short flash of disappointment as you don't see any strings attached to it.
Mm-hmm.
But you don't feel it for very long because there is instead a turn of your head, this little bit of a shock that immediately overrides any of the other thoughts you'd had. You see a tiny flash of something reddish just at the bottom of the stairs, and the second your eyes snap over there, you see it just vanish, pull back.
Something reddish, you say? Was it like the
Mhm.
form of eyes or something else, like, or just the flurry of
It
a little bit
seemed
of color?
very undefined in that sense. It seemed almost translucent, however.
I draw my weapons. And I
You want me to get off the ground? You could see if I was.
I saw something down there, just moving.
There's this moment of hesitance where you're not sure. Where he's not sure if you're messing with him because of your earlier suspicion. Because he sort of noticed you walking around all of a sudden after he'd mentioned it. But I'm assuming you're not looking at him at all.
No, Soleil's looking
You're
down the
looking down.
stairs, but he's at the same time he's letting his weapons go a little bit in circles, just to make sure there's actually nothing connecting from downstairs to Vidar, just in case. But he's not looking at Vidar right now. He's looking downstairs to see
Mm-hmm.
if he can catch a glimpse of anything else there.
There is a faint, dim light downstairs. Much like the light coming from the entrance here. But other than this sort of slink away, you have not seen anything since.
What do you propose we do? Wait for the others? Or check out whatever that was, or just leave it alone?
I'd be hesitant to run after it and to separate from the rest. I do not think it is much of a danger to us. If anything, it should be somewhat afraid after it got rejected the first time. I think it is afraid. I do not think we need to fear it.
Wasn't
That would be
afraid
my
enough to.
wager.
It wasn't afraid enough to stay away. It made its way so close to the stairs where we were. It certainly seems at least interested still in us.
If there was one of us alone somewhere, I would wager it may take a chance. It certainly strikes me as desperate. If we are to corner it will fight.
Okay, we'll just keep an eye out then. Also, I'm gonna grab my Bloodhound amulet and try to see if I smell sulfur.
Beggar,
Mm-hmm.
am I reading this correctly? That he essentially Conjuration is like a department who had a mishap and essentially somehow conjured the Ublex. And he was supposed to be disposing of the Ublex and instead has turned it into his tool to be trained. And he was doing some sort of experimentation on the sample of the Ublex. Am I following? Talking about the center of the spiral.
Roll me an intelligence throw.
$22.
I would say you've heard of Boltzmann spiral. And it does actually not contain oozes, nor does it contain construct. An ooze being too simple of a life form and the construct already being sort of created. They are not part of the spiral.
It sounded like he was using the ooze to maybe get people's memories or something. To then get other samples. That's what it sounded like to me. I don't know.
I will say that an ooblex is huge. It's a pretty large ooze. And is unlikely to refer to as the sample that nobody saw him take. If it was the whole ooze.
Gotcha. So there's some sort of sample that he's taken that is not actually referenced in here.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I found this random sample that's not labeled in the closet.
Sorry, what?
A
Instantly
sample.
shifting her attention and casting Identify.
It's not. Oh, that's my hand.
As you cast Identify, you are immediately met with something that feels extremely strange. While you cannot exactly determine the type of creature it would have been in life, it must have certainly been an aberration.
Looking over his notes at all in the scribblings on his desk, is there any sort of mentions about how he believed this was filling in the gap for what he was trying to do?
From the very get-go of the book, you're not really certain what exactly he's talking about. There are some mentions of things like apotheosis and some sort of perfection of something, but these notes themselves are written somewhat to himself, more like
Not
a
trying to explain fully.
complete theorem. You don't get the feeling that this guy was really much of a scientist or magic user in the first place. At least the notes are not written in that way. But as
using
it
the
does talk
Ublex
about
as-
the
Mhm.
uh, sample from Conjuration,
Right.
it would, at least Conjuration would somewhat fit towards Boltzmann Spiral,
Okay.
at the center of which would lie Conjuration.
Cool. Emlyn will give like Rhett a brief summary of what she read here.
Mhm.
Kind of talking about how he was obsessed and researching, trying to essentially achieve some form of perfection. Is how she would sum it up. And then how there it looked like he was experimenting on familiars, creatures, undead, and then something from Conjuration, which she'll suggest is the specimen that he's holding of some form of abjuration. Aberration. And mentioning that the Ublex is being used as a tool somehow.
Do you want this specimen then?
No, it can't hurt to try and see what he was trying to do. I believe, at least from the letters we found before, that he met some sort of unfortunate state, as they reference his body is in the morgue. But maybe that will give us some answers.
It's just like something that's helpful to us, or
It certainly could be.
okay.
At least understanding where everyone went, and what this end goal was. It does seem like there's some mentions of the attempt for the what the Archon was attempting to do with Arcanus was short-sighted, but this was perhaps a different avenue, so it might give us an answer as to what happened with everyone here at the academy. Red should recognize at this point in time this is sort of Evelyn's
some BS.
reaching to be able to figure out answers that she wants to find out.
I mean, okay, but like, let's make it quick before, you know.
Right, of course.
So you really want to like try to interview this Ublex?
I don't know if it will be of any real assistance in that method, but just be mindful. If it's possible it could communicate on some basis if it was being used or being trained in some way, although that could very well be the same as an animal, or you just do more behavioral training, or simply release it in a certain direction to get what you want. So we'll
Right.
just be cautious about it, though we should probably check the morgue.
Which must be downstairs.
I would assume.
Did I smell something with the Bloodhound amulet from the sulfur?
You would have picked up an extremely faint smell.
Right, because then I will use the ability from the amulet to perceive that smell visually as a cloud of red vapor for up to 1 hour now. So I can see like the smell and where it is leading to, and
The
gets more
air in
dense.
this section of the academy seems somewhat stagnant. And you see these strands of this smell sort of very faintly only. They are wafting, sort of spreading across the open space. Almost as if it had been there for a while and it's just sort of seeped into the place.
Okay. At the bottom of the stairs, I don't see it a little bit denser or something, or is it the same everywhere?
You'd see it slightly more than.
Okay. Yeah, then I will keep that up just in case. So if it becomes more dense somewhere, I have a clue it might be close.
Right. So, interesting things. Seems like there was some sort of attempt from the Archon, again with possibly achieving some state of perfection with this escaped that they were making with leaving here. That counter
Well,
to
the Archon's existence was a sort of step at something towards, I would say, demigodhood, perhaps. But that was before they left. That was when they became the Archon. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the history.
not as much.
The quick rundown would be that two very successful archmages around the time of Reginald's height of career were attempting to form something greater than the sum of them. It was the first time in a long time where there had been two archmages. Usually there is a election of sorts, or there is a duel, or something that would put one above the other. But they were too similar in too many ways. Eventually, this is sort of wizard thinking, so this may seem sort of strange outside of that, but they made the choice to perhaps join their minds together, and they did, which is now Archon. That is the collective name that. Well, they are one now, so I suppose it is just the Archon's name.
It's an interesting decision.
It was quite revolutionary at the time. Still is very revolutionary. A couple of people have tried to replicate it, but not been as successful.
All I hear is Archon, Archaon, Arcanos. They just use the same name over and over again. They just
Yes,
are not very
it
good at
is.
naming things.
The Archaon was named after the Archon. He did name it so himself, so there is no surprise there. As if I would call my airship my name, but slightly different.
I mean, the difference is that we named it and not you. That's
We'll
the
see if
difference.
What you're saying is the
will remember
Archon
it the same.
has a pet cat that names things for him. Got it.
Cat? I suppose he could probably have a familiar.
Okay,
But
never
what
mind, never mind,
is-
it was a joke. We're supposed to go down to a morgue, apparently.
I'm not sure if that is a good idea.
I just saw something down there again. Probably the ooze.
Don't have me, beggar. How dare you?
I mean, I don't know. It doesn't sound like this guy's experiment was successful. I mean, he died, so.
How did he die, though?
I suppose we'd have to go to the morgue to sort that out.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, Vidar said if we stay together, this thing downstairs shouldn't be too much of a problem.
It is not that dangerous. It could cause some harm, but
As long as
It
we're
seems like it might be intelligent enough, or
they are
not-
somewhat. As
It-
simple
like, we
creatures
could-
as they are, they
it
can
talked to you,
have
right?
a
So
sort of a hive mind.
maybe we just are like, we're gonna leave you alone. It will
Right.
leave us alone.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Do
Possibly.
you want to shout something downstairs?
No.
Vitar sort of steps to the side a little bit, pointing sort of with his arm.
I mean, I have its smell visualized. I could take a peek downstairs if it's close to the stairs.
We could stay as a group, and Richard good at talking to all sorts of unintelligent creatures. So possibly you could persuade it to simply stay away.
I shall attempt. Hello, fine ooze. Yeah. Coming down the stairs, we do not mean you any harm unless you attack us.
See all the things Beggar was trying to hide from me? Oh, there. Did you see any sign of it at all, Soleil?
At the
Does it
moment,
continue
Soleil,
that way, or is that like a wall?
this at the moment, Soleil, it's almost like this string that you visually see. Someone had taken it and just sort of run back and forth with it to the point where it's hard. It's not like one trail.
Mm-hmm.
It's like you're looking at a forest near a watering hole, and there is a million tracks back and forth.
It's definitely on the move.
Well, I suppose we can just press forward. Do any of the doors have signs above them?
Yes. If you go around the corner, you'd see the archives, the morgue,
If you're down here and you can hear me, if you come out now, we're not going to attack you. Just have a chat. Or send something out that we can talk to. If you please. Is it lonely down here? Surely you want to talk to somebody. I'm very
You give
interesting,
me
and I play
a
music.
persuasion check with disadvantage.
Absolutely.
Let's go.
17. You know,
These idiots.
we actually have a shape-changing cursed creature with us as well, so really, I think this may have been just a miscommunication.
Can I check?
You hear something as you speak. Can everyone please give me a perception roll? Red, you see, almost as if someone had been standing around the corner. This sort of turn of a heel, and you hear footsteps running away.
Down here.
Normal perception.
Mm-hmm.
28.
Basic.
13.
14.
Soleil, you too turn your head when you hear sort of someone, turning and running. But you see something else. Something that you've been told to look for. There is this thin strand going along the wall, just at the very corner, coming
From the
store.
morgue.
Stand in the morning. I need to go in there, Rebecca.
Is Vidal with us or is he somewhere else?
He's on the stairs back there.
He's here. He's behind you guys.
He's like, idiots.
Do you guys see that too? The string?
As Evelyn's like tentatively like looking over the door to see if it's trapped or anything like that.
Just so you know, Evelyn,
That's right.
the ooze is in the room you're heading right now.
Oh,
And I point out the string there on the ground.
You see the string dissolve. There's this short just clanking of something from inside the room. The room right in front of you.
maybe it's left.
How would it leave
A vent?
the room? I mean, if there is a vent, maybe. Should definitely be careful when we go in there.
Quick look over the door. Does it look like there's any sort of traps on the door itself?
Give me investigation.
Um. 17?
You don't see any sort of traps along the door. It doesn't seem like there's any wires or anything that could set anything off.
And she will tentatively attempt to open the door.
How exactly do you open the door?
Is it a push or a pull door?
It is a push door.
Very slowly, like crack it open and then very slowly push it, kind of standing slightly to the side, but keeping her hand on while she kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Any immediate sign of ooze?
Nothing that immediately grabs your attention. You see
Yeah.
a desk. You see
Then she will push the
long
door
wall of desk
open
behind.
the rest of the way. Must have moved on, potentially.
Or it's hiding where its master lies.
That's where we can currently
do
see,
you
correct?
mind if I
Mm-hmm.
inquire?
Sure.
I death warded myself, right? Yeah.
Didn't you death ward us all at some point?
Except for Huxley, because he's immortal, so. That's what she said. Alright, I am entering the morgue. Again, without hostile intent.
Okay, well, Red, would you mind making me a save?
Yeah.
Wisdom save.
That would, in fact, be a DC 18 Wisdom save.
You got this.
And I'm sure that I don't care about my memory.
You don't what?
Look at you.
Wow.
So that's a 19.
Damn. You feel
That's
this
an 18? Oh my god.
19.
wave of just something running over your mind.
Woo.
And failing to pull something away.
Okay, now see. That's a bit unnecessary.
Oh.
It's sort of from the wall, you hear this ooze just sort of forms back into a ball. And why doesn't everyone please roll me initiative?
What do you mean? This is totally a non-combat situation. Natural 20. Oh, I don't want that right now.
I'm still in the tradition of going last in this group with my +5 to initiative.
You're not going last.
Is it Vidaro or is it the Oblex who's going last?
We'll find out in a second. After Evelyn takes her turn.
Is that a 21?
That is a 21.
Who's? It's also time.
Huxley, how much do you have on Dex?
+2.
Ah,
14.
it does look like the Obelix goes before you then.
Well, Rhett just got attacked.
Got mine tickled, maybe. You don't. Maybe
Well, you
it's talking to
said
me.
something along the lines of that was.
That was probably in the midst of him walking. That was probably the sort of, like if your knee gives out, this sort of slight stagger for half a second.
And I said it was like, that was. Let's say that tickled.
Yeah, something like that. Lines. I think you said like, well, that was rude. That
Yeah, I was like,
something
that tickled. That was. Yeah.
I and keep the dagger floating around me, and yes, I'll have. I'll initially back up slightly so that pucks can get there. And I'll go ahead and preemptively cast Arcane Ablation on myself.
Okay.
Just the first level one. And that's my turn.
Hmm. It's actually, hold on. It's gonna cast Charm Person on red. Could you give me a DC 18 Wisdom save?
Probably not again. Nope. Nope, I can't. Yeah, that's a 6.
You aren't charmed by the obelisk. I mean, obviously, it's a friendly creature. It's your friend,
Yeah.
in fact.
Okay. But how exactly is just I regard it as a friend?
Yeah, you regard it as an ally.
Got it.
Can't attack an ally, what the fuck?
I said I was coming in with that stuff, obviously.
Huxley.
Okay, Huxley will run in, pulling out his pickaxe, screaming, and hitting it twice.
Whoa! Hey! Whoa!
I just said, not
do I-
impressive.
Do I rage? Heard that this is not as dangerous, but as rage.
So aggressive. Lots of angry.
So. Oh, my weapons damage changes to force damage, and I can throw it. Yeah. I'll attack it twice. Hopefully. There's a 23 to hit,
Yeah, that hits.
and a 29.
Yeah, that also hits. Fucking dare you to.
Wow, 2 1s on the damage.
Oh no.
So 44, 46 force damage total.
Red.
Uh-huh.
Something sort of elbows you in the side as it rushes forward. As you see Huxley darting past you, there's this scream, and the pickaxe just lands in you being somewhat translucent, you see it just go in. And then you just see the ooze deflate. As it instantly dies.
Oh!
Because it only had 36 hit points left from
no.
earlier. And it slowly begins to just sink into this puddle on the ground. This very slimy puddle. As you're out of initiative already. We didn't even get to Celeste.
That's fine. Soleil would have just asked Red, should we attack it or not? And Red would have said, no! And Soleil would have just not done anything.
Profound sadness the second you see your friend die, Red. Before this feeling is immediately buffered by the wave of realization that you had been charmed. As the spell ends.
How bad does it smell like sulfur?
It doesn't actually smell that badly of sulfur. It's still there, but it's faint.
So this puddle doesn't stink, kind of? Or is it just
No.
kind of smellless? Okay.
Almost seems more like the sulfur just sort of comes from its impersonation running around.
Oh well, I guess Vidar wasn't wrong about it not being too much of a threat to us.
Right.
Surprised it
Perfect.
didn't want to talk. Huh. Well,
Puck looks a bit disappointed. We'll start scooping up some goop and feeding
Is
it
this
to
goop
Malay.
just sort of gliding off of your pickaxe?
You're feeding your book with a slime.
Yes.
Nice.
Just a little bit.
Feed the
to
book
see.
with the slime. It more so just disperses the slime as opposed to eating it.
Ooh. Huxley will start like holding the book into the slime so it makes like rain or splashes.
It's like trying to lawn mow some like foam. It just goes everywhere.
alright.
It's like like a snow plow, just
That's rather morbid.
shuffling it to the side.
Quickly glancing over the table, is there any notes about?
There is a ledger of the various compartments of the morgue.
Did I see
The one that's
entrance?
currently open that is marked appears to be just the corpse of a zombie scheduled for destruction. And of course you do find the name you are looking for. One of the closed doors.
Make my way over to the door and attempt to tentatively open it.
There seems to be a certain resistance to open it. Likely if you wanted it open, you'd have to give it a strong pull. So I don't know if you can do tentative.
No, that's fine. She didn't want to help give it a strong pull. Hux, would you mind opening this for me? Not too rough. Don't need anything to go flying. She'll shift to the side so she can more observe.
Covered in red goo.
Yeah.
You sort of wade through the red to get there.
It's just to like pull it out.
It's just like a door open, pull. Give it a good tug.
There's a handle on it. It seems like you are supposed to just... There's no real lock or anything on it.
I think it's just
Yeah.
from disuse a little worn down, a little stuck.
Pull it, I guess.
Give me a strength check. It's not a difficult one. I honestly, I don't know if you can even fail this one.
Ella just didn't want to know what it
Natural
was.
one.
Yeah, I mean,
She
no, I
wanted to
mean
be able to
Huxley
watch it.
specifically. I don't know if you could, if Huxley can fail this one. The DC's a 10.
Oh no, I can't.
But how quickly do you open this?
Yeah.
Oh well, yeah. If it's straight strength, I guess I can. But athletics, I can't.
There's this sort of little bit of a suck in of air, almost as if you were to open an old can as air streams inside. There is this initial little bit of resistance as soon as the door moves a little bit and air goes inside. It just swings open really easy, and with the strength of your pull, immediately like the whole tray upon which a body lies just glides out and probably hits the end of how far it can go out relatively hard. And find a somewhat strange looking body.
This dude,
On that
man.
tray.
It's exactly how it was described. Does anything ring with detect magic?
As you look him over with detect magic, there is on him nothing that glows. There is something in the corner of the room, though, sort of to your right, that you do find,
Like, over here?
sort of over on this.
Over there. She'll step back for a moment and glance over to see what was ringing with detect magic there.
You find this sort of, it almost looks like goggles, but as you open it, this container of lenses. The body is pretty much exactly
The last part
as
is interesting.
That
it
is
was
interesting.
described. You see this sort of what looks to be more of a medical uniform underneath. But thrown over it is this wild collection of belts, sashes, and a very elaborate mantle. There are these rings with jewels sort of woven into the beard, but not in a particularly careful or even particularly beautiful way, just sort of tangled into the mess of beards.
Can I work on trying to do either an investigation or medicine check to see possibly how he died?
If you want to do a shallow quick check, I'll let you roll on that, but if you want to do a sort of closer examination, it would take probably 10 minutes.
Probably
Like an
first
actual
she'd
autopsy
look
sort of
him, like do a quick search to see if he had any sort of notes or anything like that on him. About possibly
Give me an
further...
investigation check or a medicine check for just general look over.
That's a... 22.
You look him over and you see these various trinkets and baubles, none of which seem to be magical. On his belt you see several bottles, all of them probably some sort of reagent. There is a faint smell coming from the stopper. But you don't pick up anything magically. As you give the body the sort of quick once over, just checking for any obvious signs of cause of death, You find nothing external. You'd probably have to perform an actual examination of the body to find out.
Unless anyone interrupts her, that would be her next progression.
Anyone stopping Evelyn for performing an autopsy is the question.
Nope.
No, okay, everyone's left the room.
I'm just checking. Archive? Okay, that's boring.
I guess we can check the other rooms in the meantime.
The second you
Yeah.
open the second room, which reads lecture hall, you find something even more boring than the arc.
Oh no.
How is that even
You
possible?
see all these tables, and it reminds you of something you tried to forget.
Oh no, it's Black Literature
Bard
class.
school.
I memorized 300 words of the great epic. Oh, another one! Ah! Yeah, you go. Yeah, actually, honestly, Huxley, either the classroom is fine.
No.
Red, you
Just
look
don't
like a
come to
ghost.
archive.
Did you see a monster?
Yes.
Back to your ass.
Don't worry, Huxley's on it.
No, 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 no.
The faint noise of wood in a wood chipper. Evelyn, please give me a medicine check.
Nice. That's gonna be 27.
Okay. As you perform the autopsy, you start sort of from the top. First, sort of just laying the body bare, you see no external wounds. As you begin cutting, you see just the regular signs of very slow decay. The body had probably been in here for a long while, even as it was sort of preserved in the vacuum of that morgue drawer. There's still a progressed decay throughout the organs. But the cause of death, which you are fairly certain you have ascertained at that point, is when you cut open the skull. And instead of a brain, find only mush. Looks like he died to psychic damage.
The stupid Lux killed him. Ugh. That's my assumption. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but that's her natural assumption. But gosh darn it. Played around, found out.
Would you like to take some of?
I would
that you
absolutely like to
found
take
as
some of
a
his brain.
Specimen?
Yep.
Okay. Human floyd specimen.
Thanks.
Nice. Some more mush.
Yeah.
Love that. Love that for you guys.
As she's doing the autopsy, I will do my duty with my magnifying glass and just kind of like scan the book covers for anything that reflects magic. Like, I'm imagining that's how the magnifying glass like works. Is like, okay, I catch like this like prismatic effect off of magic things. So I'm trying to do like a little archive scan.
Okay.
Just to the covers. I'm not trying to pull any out or anything, but
Give
In
me a
case
quick
somebody
check.
hid something. $27.
Nice.
You look pretty closely, and as you go around, even as you, especially as you sort of pass by the door, you see that it's working. You see sort
Nice.
of magic from the items of Silay, of Vidar. So as you move through the archive and you see nothing, no light sort of radiating from any of the books or stacks of paper, you're fairly certain, and there is probably nothing magical in here.
Okay.
Huxley, there is this moment as you've already created this sort of mound of just shredded wood in the middle, that you get to one desk, and there's just this sudden stop in the sound that you've started to get used to just now. As the book bites something it cannot get.
What is it?
In one of the desks in the drawer is a wooden box.
Pick the wooden. Like,
Yeah, you sort of pull it out of the mouth of the book, and it looks undamaged. Probably magical in some way.
is it a box that can be opened?
Yeah.
Then I'll
You open it and you see bandages, various things of a healer's kit.
I will try and find Rhett and Johnny, I guess. Present the box to them. Here.
Thanks.
As Huxley walks out, I don't know if you have the magnifying glass still up.
Yeah,
But if you
I
do,
don't, I'll
you
look at it.
see it's definitely magical. It's not strong, but there's lines of magic running through it.
Cool. I suppose I'm supposed to identify this now, is what I'm told.
Don't know what it does, but
Yep, hang on. I'll set my lantern down. Reveal! This is so stupid. Why was it like this?
You identify the box as, well, pretty much what it looks like. It's a magical medic's box.
Oh, this is pretty nice. I know a
What does it
paladin that would like this. It makes booze. I mean, and also it helps with medicine, but
But it do make a booze. though.
but it do make booze though.
Oh no.
Oh, and it makes tobacco?
what's tobacco?
It is like coffee that you smoke.
Sure.
You know what coffee is? Yeah, so it makes you really like awake and kind of
Have you ever seen a person with one of those fancy pipes, Hux?
right.
Yeah.
And tobacco is what they put in there and set a fire to smoke them.
Oh, I know. Yeah. respect to.
So it's a healer's kit by day and booze and smoke stuff in the night.
Mm-hmm. Yep, pretty much.
And the attunement thingy is probably irrelevant because it's probably not worth it to attune to it.
I can't tell. I think it would work without attunement.
Only the bottom part doesn't work with the attuning, but the rest should work without.
Right, I think so.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. Like the bottom part is probably irrelevant because I don't think any one of us would attune to it for that.
No
You
problem.
can get proficiency, or you can essentially expertise with medicine skill if you're attuned to it.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, that's it. I feel like in this group it's not good enough to attune to at least.
There are limited attunements.
But the item itself is still pretty nice.
Yeah, actually, here. I'm gonna pull out a cigar for Huxley. Light it up.
Now you're making kids smoke again and get addicted and stuff.
Huxley's already hella cursed.
That's true.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's better if you smoke it all in one drag.
Right.
Actually, that'd be really impressive if you could do that, but you don't need to.
I will try to take the big.
The deepest.
Give me a Constitution save.
Save or check?
Save.
Is this a poison? If I have
No,
resistance
the check is not for
against-
poison.
Okay.
It's more for smoke inhalation.
Yeah. Dirty 20.
You taste nothing but smoke. And you feel the heat and the smoke just sort of pushing into your lungs as you take this really deep drag, and it feels uncomfortable. But the drag was strong enough that it didn't burn you.
This sucks. What's
Sorry.
the point of this?
Do you feel buzzed?
Do I feel?
There is this slight numbness going through your body, which you can only equate to maybe slight poisoning as your body is resisting it.
It feels like I'm being poisoned.
With every word that comes out of Huxley's mouth, there is still a slight puff of smoke.
I mean, that's fair. That was pretty impressive, though. Now you just breathe the smoke. You're kind of like a dragon.
So he wrinkles his nose. He doesn't like the smell of cigarettes and cigars and whatnot.
I could just like swallow some fire.
Oh. Well, yeah. Yeah, I guess you could. It's probably for people that are less magical than yourself, I think.
Right.
Right.
He will try giving it to LA.
The book?
Yes.
You take it, Soleil?
No,
No.
no, LA.
The book.
Oh, You give okay.
You
Is it
give a
still
lit
lit?
cigar. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
You probably smell just tobacco. You smell the smoke more strongly as you feed the cigar to the book, as it, shreds the cigar, and there's just these shreds of tobacco going out the sides, some of which intermingled with the embers just sort of burn, and it just smells like people were smoking in this hallway now, and still are. And the cigar is shredded after a couple of seconds. It's gone. It's just shreds on the ground.
Nice. Okay, well, now that we've broken several school rules, I'm sure. Seems good.
Some of the wizards here have probably done worse.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. I'm sorry, but did you want a cigar?
No.
Yeah, fair enough.
He's probably used to higher quality cigars than that.
Could be. And he's gone. All right. We really should get moving. At some point.
If you
Yeah,
don't
at this
breathe,
point-
can you like prevent cigars?
Probably another 30 or so minutes have passed since coming downstairs, and everyone would be wrapping up.
Yeah, all of this is like these rooms where they teach stuff. Ablin talking to us like my mother when I was 5, and then there's like this person that is just trying smoke for the first time, and I feel like I'm
Right?
being like
we're back at school.
15 years ago.
Yeah, I gotta get out of here. Which is also a very reminiscent. Interesting.
Just as Edwin will kind of like cast, tidy up things real fast.
I would like you
once
to
she's done.
use prestidigitation to make an alarm bell ring. Oh, there we go. End of the day. All right.
Horrible. Work on shoving the body back in. Then make her way.
There's probably this initial sort of threshold again to overcome, probably because it's slammed into the sort of fastening at the end a little bit hard, but you push, and with a creak it starts to roll in, and the rest is relatively easy. Glides in and close the hatch.
Then she'll make her way out to the others. Right. Well, that was horribly disappointing.
Yeah.
Find anything interesting?
Found a magical item.
Oh,
A box.
Some kind of medicine, booze, smoke box?
interesting. Well, then, at least it's not entirely waste of time. I suppose we should press on then.
Yeah. Before we waste any more time.
You step outside, finally leaving behind the surgical theater as you return to the grand staircase.
The hallway. Soleil gives a little sigh and jumps down again.
We see the light still from down below.
I was about to say,
Again.
did you just go? Which is also fair.
Which kind of light? I don't
We had
remember.
seen
Well-
glowing light, maybe, possibly.
Oh.
We weren't really sure what it was. Just that either it could be something like one of those living spells that we'd seen before, or just something we didn't know what it was. It was sort of like
Okay,
just looking
that was
at
just
the
a
end of the tunnel.
player Alavan who forgot
Yeah.
about that, and Soleil wouldn't have done that then if he...
Because you can see it.
Yes,
Yeah.
as soon as you step outside, as you lean over the side of the staircase railing, you will notice almost slowly spinning along the open center of the staircase this soft wind that's gradually losing strength and is almost not noticeable at the point where you are at. And like being in an extremely dark tunnel with the day outside, you see strong light at the bottom. And the light itself is obscuring whatever details you would be otherwise able to make out. You just see the staircase winding a few more times until it's eclipsed by the light.
I would suppose there's just a hole underneath the stairwell that just exits out into the sky, which would be really unfortunate if anyone just leapt
True.
downward without knowing what that was. You could fall for ages.
I mean, I would float downwards, and when I would realize it's open, I could still do a little bit of a slip, I guess.
But no one did that, so.
Yeah. I guess it's just
should we-
walking then until we see more.
Yeah.
Right. Maybe head down carefully.
Whichever way it's down.
Probably this way is down.
As you ascend, take a 5 to 10 minute break.
Nice.
Sounds
I need
wonderful.
to refresh my drink, and I will be right back.
Alrighty.
And descend. The ambient light begins to engulf you. Every time you sort of peer directly down into the light, there's this sting of pain in your eyes, and you try to avoid it. But slowly, your eyes begin to grow accustomed to the light again. And you begin to hear the sound of wind and flowing water slowly rising to your ears as you continue to walk down the staircase. Your vision returns to you pretty close to where you see the ruined end of the staircase in front of you. Suspended in the air as both the staircase and the wall seem to have crumbled away. You find yourself still on the stairs above a massive cavern where it looks like the inner wall of the academy structure has been stripped away through some sort of unseen force. Below you, at the heart of the cavern, lies a hole. A massive breach in the underside of the academy.
Jeez. Leave. Take a leap. Jump. You got this. Play.
That's nice. Well, that's not a generator.
Oops. Okay.
Everyone turned so big all of a sudden.
Oh my god.
We're so big.
This is what happens when it's hot. I'm feeble-minded.
You have your
Okay.
AC on still?
Yeah, it's on,
Good.
but it's still so warm. It's barely pushing against the forces of nature.
Sometimes I wish we had the AC power of Americans.
It's different when your whole house is AC and
Yeah.
it's nice and insulated.
Mm-hmm.
If the rest of the house is hot and there's only one room, it's a lot harder to keep cold. Below you, you see through the hole bright clouds carried away by high winds and illuminated by the moon's rays. And you also see the unseen force that may be responsible for all of this. Dead center, just above the midst of the hole towards the outside, floating is a churning, smooth ball of utter black. Already just standing at the edge of the staircase, you feel its pull. The weight of its gravity. It eclipses the light around it, distorting it and devouring it. If you
Ever
want, you
seen
can
or
give.
read anything about what something like that before?
You can give me an Arcana check.
That's what happens, kids, when you put a bag in a bag.
Mm-hmm. Just a casual black hole.
Dirty 20.
Okay. Can everyone please give me a perception roll?
Nine.
15.
27.
11.
Excellent.
You have your suspicions, Evelyn,
Mm-hmm.
and they are confirmed when the thing moves. Almost as if wandering around. You assume you're looking at another living spell. This one may be a little more dangerous than the living reality break, even. A living dark star.
Oh. Cool.
As everyone looks around, you too notice this thing moving. You see as it gets close to the edges of the hole near this waterfall, you see the waterfall begin to curve towards it as water particles are drawn to it. You see the walls of the cavern around are crumbled and stripped. There are thousands of cracks and holes, many through which water is seeping into pools and waterfalls. But there is one at the other side of the cavern, a circular hole which halfway through turns into a square tunnel. A tunnel lined with glowing orbs of light. Who rolled above 20?
Me.
I think it was just you. You see something else. Something odd. You see this almost gelatinous cube-like form in the corner of the room. just at the edge of one of these cliffs that just reaches down into the sky below.
That is a very
Except
specific
it's
description,
not
gelatinous cube-like.
Really a cube. It's sort of rectangular.
It's a gelatinous rectangular.
Definitely
Rectangle.
an ooze, as you are getting more familiar with those, but it's nothing you've seen before.
Hey, and he points up there. Do you see this ooze up there, or whatever that is? Let's stay
No.
away from the ooze.
We should absolutely stay away from that mass.
Oh, so that, yeah. So we turn back.
Seems like it. But what the bottom of the staircase isn't here.
But you said
The
there's a tunnel
staircase
though that we
must
can see?
have unwound somehow. But if the place we were looking for wasn't here, then we would not be afloat.
Oh yeah. So where is it?
I mean, I remember the room with the living spells, the first one. There was still a couple other corridors and doors we could have tried first, right?
Yeah, that could.
Maybe it was
You
just
guys
not
did
here.
see a tunnel.
It would be across the way. Which, again, we should stay a good bit of distance if we're going that way, away from that orb.
Okay. I will also say, looking outside, it is getting pretty late. Just as a we spent quite a while today going out. this
Agreed.
staircase and the port and talking
Either
through that.
we go a good bit of ways from here, though I would say before trying to do anything like finding a place to settle in for the night, if that's what you were thinking.
Yeah.
I'm not entirely sure even your magic door would hold up against that orb.
Well, let's not find out. Should we, how far away is that? What do you think? Maybe.
Don't you have this like dimension door trick? Can't you get us over there somehow
Well,
safely?
that's what I was thinking. Yeah, sort of, but like, I'm just trying to think how many times we could do that.
We could do it once.
And then the return trip.
Exactly. That's why I was like, I'm not sure.
Attempt to.
Can we distract
Why?
that thing? I don't know how those things work.
Well, it's a wandering spell. Whether or not it will pick up on magic use is another thing entirely, or if it's just moving about. Not entirely positive. Like, I know what the Dark Star spell is. What, does Evelyn know what the Dark Star spell is? Just to clarify.
I think you would know.
Okay. Not that she's cast it or had probably seen any firsthand of it, but I doubt. Certainly can't cast it.
I mean, we can certainly try to work our way around. You know, flying and
We could
far
possibly
away from it, but
keep our distance, see how that goes.
and then if needed, try to dimension door as much as possible. But some of us will still be flying, so. If we needed to distract it, what is your opinion on the best way to do that?
Has its behavior changed at all from just absently wandering figure at all? Or just like very slowly moving? Does it just seem like it's existing or searching anything actively?
That part is hard to tell. It's sort of wandering about, but without sort of eyes, without a face. It's hard to estimate its attentions.
We either progress across to the tunnel or head back up and find somewhere along the way to a good bit of distance from here and possibly even the stairwell.
Well, it sounded like we needed to further power up the generator that we're looking for, right?
Right. We could attempt to stay to the far left and see if we could possibly make our way around.
It sounds good. I mean, we can just try to make a run forward if it does seem to notice us.
Just be cautious in moving.
Alright then. Oh yeah, and remember the use, just in case.
Yeah, we'll stay on the opposite side of that hopefully. So I and Huxley can fly on the broom. Or wait, no, Soleil, you need...
I can ride on Huxley.
Yeah, this might be a good time, Huxley, if you're feeling up for some actual flying.
Yeah, I can transform.
I'm gonna keep an eye as we go, like just on a hard eye on where this thing is moving to see if at any point in time it shifts directly to moving towards us.
At the moment, on the staircase, sort of at the top of the cavern, you guys are still about 60 feet up from what would be this ground.
Also, we need to like drop down into the cave.
Well, I mean, if you're flying, you can also remain at 60 feet
Stay
up.
60 feet up
Okay.
and go around.
That sounds good.
Yeah.
So Huxley's changing into something, I guess. And Soleil's gonna ride Huxley?
Yeah. It's moving.
I hate it so much.
Huxley's
no,
The
I'm
gelatinous rectangle is moving.
Huxley's probably transforming into like. It looked kind of like the Phoenix, but black and with like kind of
No.
most of its feathers.
Okay, this is really
Lost.
cool. I'm looking
Oh.
forward to ride this.
Mm.
Kind of like oozing a bit.
Hux, you look so cool.
Nice. This way then?
So, like, are you still looking at the ooze?
I mean, every now and then, not like 100% of the time, but like every couple seconds he's probably gonna look over there to see if it moves or does anything.
You see it's sort of going around in a circle. But there is a moment when it touches the water. And out the other side, you see just this small mound of ice cubes.
Okay. Where it touches the water?
Right now, it's sort of half stuck in the water, and you see ice cubes coming out the other side.
Like the other side over here?
Yeah.
It's just pooping ice cubes.
Oh, it's just one magic item.
I don't know
Makes
if I
ice
would
cubes.
say pooping, but
It's eating water and pooping
Isolate.
ice cubes.
sort of.
Yeah.
You could
Hey.
say that, I guess.
Is your refrigerator running? You better go catch it.
Well, Soleil will say nothing because it won't help anyone knowing this detail, probably. We'll just avoid it and that's that.
I'll just. We'll see. I assume we're just going to take the longest route that we can.
Yeah.
Also, ride on a
And you
phoenix.
guys give me a initiative roll, just for the purpose of moving.
Are you ready to go last again, Soleil?
No?
Oh yeah, that looks good for last. Nice.
You sure?
I mean, I'm not sure, but I did my best with a 7.
Well, I had a 1.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
I rolled a 2.
Well, do as well.
Oh no, what is going on all of a sudden?
What the fuck?
I remember to roll with advantage for once, and I still got really low.
Dude, how did this
5,
happen?
6, 7, 8 is the
How
number.
did this
Oh
happen?
my gosh.
Oh my
Hopefully, this is not actually combat, but yeah. We'll see.
How did this happen?
It was horrible. Our dice were like, look, we can't be trying right now. We gotta hold this rolls for later. Not playing. It's ridiculous. We're staying high up at this point, I think.
Mhm. So, Huxley going first with an 8.
I have a speed of 80, so I guess just however however far that is.
80. Once in green 5.
Like here. Yeah, I think if I dash, I can get to like here.
That is quite some way.
Are you trying to be stealthy doing this at all?
Depends if I was told to be stealthy or not.
Said to be cautious.
Yeah, I guess I would try to be quiet.
Yeah. Can you give me 2 stealth checks then?
Yes.
That is
2?
Huxley's definition of cautious, I suppose.
I'm not quite as stealthy as like a massive bird, so I get an 18 and a 4.
Okay. As you fly along the cavern, there is a moment where you sort of have to make a sharp turn and adjust, flapping your wings a little bit more loudly than you'd anticipated. But at the moment, even as you sort of turn to look, there is nothing from the Dark Star. There's no movement. Soleil, you, however, do see something just past the Dark Star
Mm-hmm. What does it do?
as you see it eat the ice cubes. And on the other side, steam comes down.
Okay, so it eats its poop and then farts it out. I see. Okay. Interesting, whatever it is.
Is there anything you do? It is your turn. I know you're a passenger, but
Yeah, just keeping an eye out.
okay.
Trying to be perceptive of the surroundings.
And then red.
I will attempt to follow Hex's flight path, though I can only move 50 and 50.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, how far is that?
100.
50 should be to the 10. Basically 20 is where you can get. Oh, that's weird.
There you go. Stealth check 1 or 2.
You are dashing, right?
Yes.
Give me 2 then. Hmm.
Well, that's a 14 and a 16.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my. Our dice have seriously betrayed us.
Mm-hmm.
Evelyn.
I'm not dashing. I don't trust
Your stealth one.
that at all. 28.
Mm-hmm. You see, as it moves close to the right wall, there's this moment when parts of the rock begin to just crumble apart and fall into the hole. Huxley.
Where are we going? Just like over here? Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll just keep flying as fast as I can. Right there.
Mm-hmm. Can you give me the stealth?
Nice.
17 and then 19.
Mm-hmm. You push off the air with one beat of your wings and just sort of glide the rest, making very little noise as you do. Red? Oh, Soleil, sorry. I should not go
Yeah.
over your turn, even if you are a passenger.
Just trying to stay perceptive and check on our
Mhm.
ice poop friend and on the hole, and just to keep everything
Give me a perception roll.
Yeah. It's not that great. 18.
Being a little bit closer, you see the sort of shimmering. You can see as it seemingly glides over the ground. It's not just the water that it occasionally picks up. As it moves over gravel, it leaves behind what almost looks like parts of glass.
Well, it is how it is. As long as it's not dangerous, it's fine.
Red?
I will again dash. I'm kind of taking a little bit of a circular path, like so.
Mm-hmm.
Here. Gear rolls. A 29 and a 15.
Okay.
That's all.
Evelyn.
I'm still not dashing because I do not trust my dice after my nat one. So, yep. That's a 13.
Okay.
Why is Beggar rolling d8s?
Direction.
Direction.
Maybe?
Hmm.
Oh.
Oxley.
I guess just keep flying.
We were like
And-
60 feet up.
I guess I slow down a bit so I'm not too far ahead of like the rest, so I'll just get to there.
Okay.
And a 17.
Mm-hmm. Do you descend as well, or do you stay up in the air? Right now, you are close to the wall above the hole. This tunnel that you are headed for.
Yeah, I guess I would like descend to
Okay.
be the same height.
Red?
Mm-hmm. Come on, run. Yep. Hung the wall. Knock myself over. Man. 14 and a 23.
Okay. Okay. Aaron.
I'll do one dash. That was a freaking mistake. I knew I shouldn't have rolled a freaking. Well, should have just kept going slow. It's fine. One of those is a 27. The other one is a natural one, making it a 10.
Okay. Um, Huxley.
I'll just wait for the others to catch up.
Mm-hmm. Rex.
I'm catching up.
You're beginning to feel a pull to the right.
Okay. One more good dash, I'll be alright. Same thing again, hugging, putting as far as I can. Turn that far that way. Okay, not terrible. 20, a 19 and a 20.
Okay.
So,
You very stealthily manage to make your way across. Hugging the wall, you stay close to Soleil and Huxley, just watching the sphere that I will follow. Evelyn.
Yeah, I'm not dashing again.
Hmm.
That's 23.
Okay. You're starting to feel a pull. Slight tug. Like a gust of wind. Anyone who goes far before Evelyn do anything.
I'm just gonna see Evelyn far behind and I'm gonna ask Red, why didn't you let her ride with you on the broom?
that she's gonna fly. She can fly much faster than that. I don't know why she isn't.
Evelyn.
Yeah. One second. Just checking distance here real quick.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I don't like that this thing is moving in my direction and I'm not playing games today.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm gonna go ahead and pull out the stopwatch. Click a button and cast Dimension Door. To I think from where I'm at, 60 feet down and over, it should be within 500 feet to kind of get right to the front of where everybody else is.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm dimension dooring. There.
You cast Dimension Door,
Uh-huh.
and you come out on the other side.
Okay. Don't play with me back there.
You're all standing in front of this tunnel.
You know, you could have done this from the beginning, right?
We still have to get back.
I really don't like to use it if I don't have to. Poor little box thing.
You look over at it when Soleil pointed it out.
Yeah.
Can you give me a history check?
Man. Don't tell me it's something I want. Don't tell me it's something I
I
want
just
bigger.
want to know if you would know what.
I think that's a dirty 20. Let me double check. History. Yeah, dirty 20.
I've seen one of these before. In a basement. Our basement. Maybe? Remember those weird refrigerators in Polythreme's basement?
Yeah, I don't know if that's. Is that where we see it saw?
Hmm? No, that was just cubes of ice.
Oh.
Um, I'd say you have a. You have an idea of what it could be, like you have a guess,
Mm-hmm.
but you're not entirely sure.
What is my guess?
But usually, oozes tend to go for a more geometric shape than a rectangle, more like a square or a blob.
Mm-hmm.
It's more likely to be a construct. And the only gelatinous construct you'd know would be a fabric.
Why are you gonna tell me these things, Becca? I was content.
They can be dangerous, as
Mhm.
any tool can be, but essentially it can break down things into its raw materials and recombine them. Sort of like you feed it iron, it can make a sword if you can relay that to it and have it be friendly towards you. Anyway, you guys step into the tunnel?
Yep.
Oh.
Yep.
Yep. Yep.
I mean, depends on what Hux does, because I'm sitting on her back.
Yes.
How
I
big
fly
are
right
you in
into
your
the
current
dark
form?
hole. Huge.
I don't think you'd be able to fly through it. I think you would have to sort of crawl
Waddle.
My
because it is
speed
a
when I
tunnel.
don't fly is 10 feet.
Your speed?
You're waddling.
Yeah, stats I'm using. I have a fly speed of 80, but a walking
see.
speed of 10.
Yeah.
amazing.
So yeah, you basically. I don't think Soleil could actually fit on the back. You are going to squeeze through this tunnel, essentially.
I mean, I probably turn back at that point.
You could stay in the form, but if you want to turn back, that's also.
Yeah, I can just transform again if needed. Yeah.
Hmm. Another room.
Shells, man.
Another room a certain someone will like to explore.
I didn't get.
You
I didn't
enter
destroy that book.
through the
Fox
tunnel.
has.
And you come out into a room that is somewhat dark, but at the same time filled with light. Throughout so many of just open surfaces of the ground, the walls, you see runes. You also see massive cracks and breaks in the wall, in the ground. There are rocks covering places. There is just a chasm in the middle where things have broken out. But that does not catch your attention. What does catch your attention is a movement throughout all of it. Silhouetted by the light, you can make them out fairly easily.
More spells. Oh, no spells.
Bugs.
You see most of them around the center of the light, at the far end of the room. This large circular collection of runes inscribed onto the ground.
And a good
You
old
see
double pentagram in the
crawling,
middle.
hulking shadows that themselves glow faintly with the same kind of light.
Why?
Did you ask that?
Yeah. What? Why are there massive bugs?
Maybe another
I don't know.
experiment.
Any kind of bug. They're attracted to magic, which, given they can fly, would make sense. They would end up here. That center, the runes, the inscriptions, should not be visible to the naked eye. They're draining the magic of this place. It is constantly generating it, and it is keeping this place afloat. But there is not enough to power the rest of the academy.
Guess we better clear them off then. Right? I mean, is that a good idea?
Sounds like it would be our best option.
If we clear these things, can we consider ourselves the owners of this place then, afterwards? Seems kinda neat to have a flying magical facility.
Perhaps, but there are still some other occupants you'd have to perhaps take care of. And
yeah, I mean, it's also kind
would
of.
you attempt to maintain the place? You've seen it fall apart.
That's true. Also, we don't really have
Maybe
the
we
time.
already have a flying place of residence of some sorts.
That is immune to the blight. Well, this definitely would not be. Or is close to immune to the blight.
I wonder
Right.
if we could turn it into.
Turned it into what?
It's not important. We should clear out the bug.
Okay.
Careful, they spread out their young, and they too are attracted to magic.
Wonderful.
Is it like the blight things? Like casting magic against them is a bad idea?
Well, they're certainly resistant to it. They can heal off of magic surrounding them, but that is unlikely to come from our spells. They're already sitting on a wellspring of it.
Right. Okay, and he will light up on fire.
So it's the classic Squishing the bug kills the bug.
How it should work.
Also in the middle there, with a double pentagram. Are these their young? Are these like larvae or whatever? Can we see that from afar?
You can probably make out a faint squirming,
Okay.
especially since there are some little larger.
Right.
You guys move together? You do anything?
Forward, I was just double checking.
Prepare anything, perhaps?
I'm gonna keep the dagger orbiting around me again.
Mm-hmm.
Um. I don't think I have anything else really to prepare for myself. I'm running a smidge low on resources and abilities.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
So I guess we have to deal with those bugs to get them to stop draining energy from the thing.
Killing them should take care of the problem.
Alright.
Unless there are other further breaks or interruptions in the line.
So, if they consume magic, are spells going to be a much help against them, you think?
They are going to work. If just because you eat meat does not mean if you get slapped in the face by a meaty hand that you do not take any damage.
Makes sense.
Allow me to demonstrate.
Nope. I'm gonna dodge away so he doesn't punch me.
There's this short moment of him raising his hand, but you can tell he's messing with you.
Fight, fight, fight.
Just gonna. Is this like a pit in this area, or is that just ground?
That is ground.
Okay. Just want to
Just
make sure.
very, very dark ground.
How high is the ceiling in this room?
It's sort of a vaulted, half-domed ceiling. It's sort of half dome here, half dome there, and then a stretch in between. At the center point, where it's the highest, it probably goes to about 50 feet high. Between the ground and the apex.
How many?
About 50. Sorry, it's the noise suppression making me quiet.
Oh,
No, it's okay.
I don't have my AC on right now anyways.
Why?
Because the
Suicide.
fan's also on. And I'm trying not to, because if I have it on, I barely hear anything. So I only have it on in bursts. Well, it's literally right next to me.
This here.
What's everyone's passive perception?
Passive perception. 23.
Oh my god.
Sheesh.
11.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Okay. Sure. Thank you.
Where is one? Like, could shoot a few of them from here.
Yeah, we could.
Just let me know when you're ready. And
I mean, before we start, I would probably slap a tooth on the ground to see which kind of help we can work with.
Oh, yeah.
might want to do that now, since
Yeah.
Hux is moving forward.
Hux. Wait a moment.
I would like to go like 15 feet further. Actually, I probably have to go.
Okay, first of all, I'm gonna put a tooth on the ground right in front of me.
Okay.
I'm
You plant
going
it too.
to hold a firebolt,
Go ahead and roll your d12.
but if it fizzles out, that's fine. But I'm essentially, until combat, just ready to shoot off a firebolt.
It's a 4.
Is there a
If
hole
combat
here?
starts.
4. It's a giant octopus.
Well,
No. Are we allowed to
I
do
can do a
this?
second one, d8, right? To add to that, because it's below an 8 that I rolled.
Yeah, you could.
Let's just add a second octopus, maybe. No, it's a 1 and the mule.
Oh my god, that's amazing.
Oh my god.
Yes.
Oh my god.
The most helpful thing.
I think that he said that was like a pit.
Is there where? So
Here is like
right
a-
here is a chasm. Yes.
Yeah.
What about like in the gaps?
Also chasm.
Okay.
Alright, let's do this.
Gosh.
The octopus, is it large or giant? Or huge, I mean. I know it's called giant
Let
octopus.
me
but,
check real quick.
What,
the
like,
mule is medium.
It's large.
Large, yeah. It's about this size.
Boy. He's kind of glancing over his shoulder like, what the crap
Somewhat wet
did you
writhing on the
just
ground.
do? She's been
let me-
holding a firebolt and that came out and started to swoop off.
Yeah, and you hear loudly throughout the whole place. Before Tyrant and Steam, Minor Mule built Polythreme. And then... Wait, mimics ahead. Look not behind, Mermaid's Trail. Young Kraken, fast dead.
Oh yeah, this is
Did
the
a
young
series
Kraken.
of just as it's like suckers removed from the ground and it moves a little bit forward and does it again.
Okay, let me see what that octopus actually can do. Not too much, I think.
I'm still keeping my firebolt trained on that one.
If it is
But
underwater,
you can
okay.
ride it.
It's great in the water, amazing in the water, but
Yeah, otherwise it
It's
can
like a
only do
10
tentacles.
feet.
on the land it's definitely sort of
10 feet.
disadvantage.
Oh my god, yeah.
Here it goes.
Maybe ride on the mule.
You could ride the mule. Might be fun.
I mean, mule's probably a better option than
Right, it only has one thing it can do, the rest is for underwater, okay.
you summon the two animals. Is there anything that the rest of you do as Soleil does that?
Try to
Oh,
get like to
holding.
there. I am currently on fire as well. So.
Can you give me a stealth check with disadvantage?
As soon as I see any of the bugs moving, I'm shooting a firebolt.
I will like wait to sneak up until like they seem the others seem ready.
What level of movement would trigger your fireball?
Like, one of the creatures moving to, like, hey, they've taken notice of us. So, and are moving towards us. Not just
I got
like
what-
shifting about.
Yeah,
I got a
What was that?
12.
12. Okay.
So do I have a second before we initiate combat? Like after the things are summoned?
Oh, you can say something real quick. Yeah, what's up? What do you
Like,
want to do?
can I take an action? Is what I mean.
Yeah.
Okay. That I don't want to polymorph because Brett's like, oh, Soleil, I'm sorry. I just feel bad.
Well, you polymorph as Huxley steps forward a little bit.
Who do you polymorph?
Evelyn, you see
Myself.
one of the
Okay.
Give me a
bugs
sec.
turn and raise its head. You sort of see its feelers feeling through the air. Is this enough to trigger your attack?
No, it would have to move towards Hux, or like actually aggressively behaving towards Hux, I think.
Okay.
If it's just like, what was that? I don't know if that would be enough. I wanted to make sure Hux could get to wherever Hux wanted to go before shooting a firebolt.
Okay. What do you polymorph into?
I'm sorry, I'm looking.
Okay. Does anyone else do anything?
I will also hold an action. Okay, can I hold a bonus action? I don't think so, right? So I can't.
You can hold a bonus action.
Okay. I will take the rallying horn into my hands
Okay.
and prepare to blow into it. So
So,
so I give
people weighing.
advantage on the first attack.
Yeah, I'm
To
just waiting
everyone.
to get the signal that I can go and attack.
So everybody's waiting.
Well, once I knew that like Hux is good, and like if Hux looks back or anything like that, then I'm like, okay, cool. But
Do you give any obvious sign that you're waiting, or do you just stop? Huxley.
Oh, I'll probably like look back and like
Okay. That's the
question
signal.
mark.
I will go ahead and shoot the firebolt then.
I'll start running.
Yeah.
I
Immediately
blow the
as
horn.
the firebolt arcs through the air, even before it hits, there's this screech. And everyone, please roll initiative. You can resolve your held actions.
Nice.
Can I like spend my
No? You could have held movement if you wanted to move forward.
yeah, but do I really want to jump in there not knowing the initiative?
I mean, that's your choice
I
right
think
there.
I'm good. I think
So I'm blowing the horn. That means each and every one of you, including the two animals, will get advantage on the first attack or ability check you make before the end of your next turn. And additionally, each of those allies can choose one of the following three. Move up to your movement speed without provoking opportunity attacks, end the frightened condition, or regain 1d10 hit points. Probably right now only the first matters. So you guys could just move for free now with your reaction.
Okay. I
I
think
don't
I'm
think
just
I
gonna
want
go,
to move.
go with the good old standby because nothing else is intelligent enough.
I will let the octopus definitely move 10 feet. And the mule will move forward. They are just fodder. Cannon fodder.
Okay, I'm taking these initiatives. Oh, wow. Okay.
Oh, the horrible initiative again. Oh, same as you. Well, what's your dex modifier? Bobby?
Hang on. This roll. Okay,
Or you haven't?
I'm an 18.
Oh, okay, never mind. I thought you had already rolled.
I was trying to get
Well,
my
you're
stats
still gonna
filled
have
up.
to know your dex modifier.
It's a 2.
Hux, what was yours?
Also
My
a 20.
modifier is also 2.
Roll off.
Hmm.
Rollies.
Roll off.
4.
Irene.
Nice.
Can I just change it to 19? Same thing up.
Have to swap these around.
That seems fine.
Okay. So. The bugs are quick. Very quick, it appears.
Alright, roll my damage.
How far are we allowed to move with the horn?
Up to your movement speed.
Okay. Hop down in front of Soleil in case he wants a ride. It's updated.
Oh,
What's up, monkey?
big boy gorilla.
Wait, could I have raged as my held action?
I will use my movement speed to climb up the gorilla.
Beggar my
Yeah, I would allow then.
attack
makes
roll
more
on
sense.
this one is a 23,
That'll hit.
and that is 17 fire damage.
Okay. Was it 17?
17.
Okay. Hmm. You see one of the bugs from the far back lift its wing cover and just this short flight as it flies over to the edge. Let me quickly double check. How smart are these?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I misread this. Okay, hold on. um.
Oh.
These two are flying 60 feet, right up and close.
Mm.
This is short flights, and I'm gonna need some saves.
Uh-huh.
I will need a DC 15 Dex save.
From whom?
Well, one from 10, 20, one from the octopus.
Dex save.
DC 15.
Okay.
Then two saves from Huxley, two saves from the giant ape, and two saves from Usulay.
Okay.
That's an effect I can see.
Yes, yes, you can definitely see it. Because the bug unleashes an explosion of multicolored arcane energy from its wings.
Well, that's a 5 and a 7.
Yeah, the octopus fails and Soleil fails.
I got a 17 and an 11, so I guess one fail.
Well, I have bad news about those fails. First of all, I think everyone failed at least one of them,
Mm-hmm.
which means you are stunned until the end of your next turn.
Nice.
And then let's do some damage roll. So, the first one is 21 points of force damage. If you succeeded, you take half.
How much?
Is the first one that hits me, or is the second one that hits me?
Which one did you fail first?
I
Which one
only
did you fail first or second?
I only have one. I only had one to roll. You said, right?
No, you have two.
Oh, two. Okay, then I have to roll another one. The octopus also two.
No, the octopus was only one.
Okay. Okay, I saved the second one.
Mhm. So for those who failed, that is 21 points of damage on the first one.
What type of damage?
Force. For the second one, it's only 13 points of force.
And half if we save, right?
Half if you save.
13's halved.
Did you
6.
fail your con save?
No!
Oh!
Fail your oh no.
Good news is I'm not stunned, right?
Nice.
I think no, you wouldn't be.
Nice.
You would not be stunned.
That's one way to break a stun.
Well
Rhett
then,
is just failing Slay all over the place today.
Rhett. There's this blast of
Slay's just like
light,
stunned on my
and
shoulders.
It's your turn right after.
Oh, sorry, Slay.
So they can't move, so it doesn't say anything.
Okay. I would like to cast Polymorph again.
Okay. He never needs to know.
On the octopus.
Oh.
And that
okay.
went up.
Oh.
Is that possible? I think it's possible.
Yeah, probably. I mean, you can turn a creature into something else.
I feel like the octopus would be willing.
Big.
Okay. Well then.
Slay never has to
Huxley's
know.
Stunned.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What happened to my octopus?
Slay, you are also stunned, but
Yeah.
your creatures.
I mean, the octopus was stunned. I don't know if he's still stunned. but
The ape
probably
is not stunned.
Okay.
Neither is the mule.
The mule will and will just run over here and kick the beetle with its hooves. It has a
Amazing.
great +2 to hit. 13
I
to
really
hit.
wanted it to crit.
13
That
to hit.
does not hit.
Okay. It's a distraction. And the giant ape, I guess I control it.
If
Still?
you'd like, yeah.
What
It's
can
two
it
fist
do?
attacks it can make, which it probably would.
It's just two fists. No, they are not different from each other, right? Not two.
Nope.
Okay. And it's just go smash, smash into the bug. What kind of plus does it have?
9.
19 and dirty 20 to hit.
Both of those hit.
Can you roll the damage, Red?
Yeah. Okay. These D10s, where are my D10s? There they are. Both hit, you said?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nice. Stand by.
All of a sudden, Snake.
That's gonna be 42 bludgeoning damage.
42. Okay. Immediately, as the ape slams down with both of its fists, you hear a noticeable crack There's this little bit of glowing green ooze leaking out of the bunk. It's probably about bloody. Then that is their turn. Evelyn.
Um. So low on everything. Wise. Yeah, I'll do that. I'm going to move into the air upwards. Fly. I'll go. Let's see what's range. 15. I'll at least go here. 15. And up. How much higher was this to this platform to the ground?
About 5 feet.
I'll just have gone up like 5 feet, so I'm like 10 feet up in the air.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast lightning lure on this. Sorry, on the beetle bug here. That's horrible rolls. For the first one, I think that's gonna miss. That's 15. So that's 15 to hit.
15 just hits.
Oh, okay. So the other one will hit. So I'm actually casting lightning alert twice, because I can use my gadgets twice now.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll do them one at a time, just because they also have to have a air call, but it's technically a strength saving throw, or be pulled 10 feet in a straight line towards me. And then they take.
What's the safety DC?
DC is a 18.
One of them succeeds with a 19.
Sorry, I was only attacking the one, I think.
Oh.
So
Yeah,
just twice.
Then one fails.
For the one. Okay. But then I would have done it a second time. At any point in time would he get pulled? Then yeah, theoretically he should be within 5 feet of me. So then he takes the damage, which is bad. So that's 19 lightning damage. And if I attacked him again, I think that's the save. I don't know how that works mechanically. I essentially yanked him. He dropped. I don't know, but he yanked again for a lightning lure. So that was a hit.
Well,
he does make it
The
strength save
second
again.
one he saves.
He saves. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So then he doesn't get bunched for the second one. Cool. So it was just the 19 lightning damage. And that's my turn. Sorry, I had to take a second to think about that.
Where's... You ever underestimate a spell? Let me see quickly.
What you doing there, Becker?
Exactly what he's gonna do. Vidar is going to land right next to one of the bugs, and now that there is sort of a way he doesn't have to hit anyone here if he did this, he's gonna launch a prismatic spray.
Oh.
60-foot cone towards the bugs.
I love prismatic spray.
So,
It's dope.
that's 4 targets hits. Let me just roll the d8s for them. Oh no, 7, that's like a special one.
Mm-hmm. It's blindness.
But well, there's more to that though. Okay, that's wild. That's a wild one. Okay, the other one's 5, 5, and 4. Those are all damage. For the sake of brevity, I will roll this once. This bug, as it gets blasted with cold, is within 1 inch of its line, but still kicking. The bugs further away both get hit with a poison ray and take some damage. The one closest get hit with this sheen of white lines, and for the moment is stunned. Not stunned, blinded, sorry. And that is his turn. So, we wrap around to the start, which, since this bug is blinded, let me quickly see if it has any sort of vision. Nope, it does not. So it is going to use Nature's Healing as it taps into the magical power around it to try and heal a little bit. It recuperates 10 HP. And then this one, you're still in the air.
I am.
So-
I should be 10 feet up right now.
Let me actually see if it... I don't think it would recharge it already, but... Okay. It does not. It is also going to try and heal. And it makes it a little bit out of being within an inch of its life. It's now about... No, I'm not gonna say it. It heals a little bit. So... 10, 20, 30... One of them is gonna attack the mule, I think.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's what it's gonna do.
Poor mule.
There's 3 attacks.
Didn't do anything wrong. 3 attacks.
Ooh, one of them's a nat 20. How much health does this mule have?
Look, the mule has 11 hit points.
It's dead. It just gets
Uh-huh.
immediately just caught up in its claws, and the bird just kind of bites down, and there's this sort of crunch, and the mule just sort of lies on the ground there.
Okay, that's
The
3
other one
hits
is
that
going
didn't
to
go
attack
to us.
The monkey with also 3 attacks. That is a 22, a 21, and a miss.
The AC is 12.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
that's
easy
3
to
hits
hit.
then.
Yeah. But it does have a good health pool.
You got it.
That is 25 points of damage in total. Then one of these bugs is going to. Oh wait, hold on, no, they both healed. They did their turn. That's their turn. So it would be Red's turn.
Alright. Making my way. Okay, yeah, I got plenty of time. I might as well put on some damage. I'll take a conjure volley out here. Oh, okay, well, whatever. I think I can hit those 4 safely without
How big
hitting.
was Conjure Volley again?
It is a 40-foot radius. I guess I could shoot my own ape.
I mean, you don't have to, though. 40-foot radius. It's 80 feet in diameter.
That's huge.
Jesus Christ. Was it always that big? Oh, so
Yeah, Conjure Volley
God.
always had this huge range.
that'd be like
I might as well. I'll hit my own ape
16. Yeah.
and
Okay, so you're going for the full.
for 5 of them.
Yeah, okay.
That's a dexterity save. DC 18.
I will roll for the ape.
Okay, hold on. Let me think about it. Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just creatures, maybe. Yeah, that's fine.
Dex save, is it?
Yes,
What's the DC?
18.
Oh, the ape fails with a 16.
That is 2 saves and 3 fail.
So it's half on a save, and it's a 39 piercing damage.
I can do math. Don't look at me.
39 or... It's a-
Okay.
And the 39 would also go to the 8.
These 2. Definitely bloodied. It's just a hail of bullets comes raining down. And that is your turn, I imagine.
Yes.
Huxley, you shake free. Free of being stunned.
I was stunned while raising my pickaxe, so I will now swing down that little
Perfect.
beetle in front of me. Recklessly. So, first attack is an 18 to hit.
And hits.
Second attack is 27 to hit.
Also hits.
Why did someone heal the ape?
The first 26 piercing damage from the first attack. And then if it's still up, it's
The
another...
first attack already kills it.
Okay, in that case I would have moved
Your
here
first
and then-
strike sinks right through the plates of chitinous armor.
That should be.
And as long as the 27 still hits that one, it's
Yep.
30 piercing damage.
And another one. You swing left, hit one of them out of the way, dead, swing right, and another one.
Yeah. That's...
It's your turn?
Oh, I guess this one would get an attack opportunity, probably?
It's currently blinded.
Ah, okay. Yeah, my turn.
Okay, then. Slay.
I will let...
Also not stunned anymore.
That's nice. I will let the ape smash twice on the one in front of it. Two very good rolls, both above a 20. So, Red, can you do the honors, please, again? Roll the damage for both of those.
Four. What's your thing?
44?
Yes.
Again, the ape slams down, and again you hear some crack. And the bug again is bloody.
Meanwhile, Soleil will start attacking the blind one with his attacks. Pretty good rolls. All of them are over 20. The lowest is like a
Yeah.
23.
You also have advantage.
I mean, I already hit, so I don't have
It doesn't crit.
crits, so
Yeah.
I don't really have to roll.
You're both flanking and it is.
There's one double in there, so I rolled an extra die.
I love how the bonus die is as much as the double. Because it was snake eyes.
So in total, that is what am 6, 24, 47 damage.
Okay. You strike the bug that actually hasn't taken any damage so far, and you deal 47 damage. It is not bloody. Seems to be in perfect health, in fact.
I mean, it healed itself
In
earlier.
perfect health, in fact.
Uh-huh. Okay. In perfect health.
Which means 10, 20, 30. You see this bug move up, Huxley, and sort of almost wind up for an aggressive stance. And it's gonna hold an attack.
I wanted to move a bit, little.
What?
I still wanted to move.
Oh, yeah, you can do that.
I wanted to move away from it because it's blind. I hope it doesn't hit me.
It'll try.
Sure. Let it try.
I think you can only make attacks if it can see. Like,
It can try to attack with disadvantage. Especially since it has just been attacked, so it's gonna strike sort of in the direction. But actually, attack of opportunity, you might be right. I think
yeah,
that's
I
only
think
on regular
that's,
attack.
like-
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
Haha!
Mm-hmm. No, it's fine. It's okay, especially today. I am half brain. There's the turn, and then it's Haven's turn.
I'm gonna go ahead and shoot an arrow over at that one. My fire. That's a 15 hit.
Fast hit.
That does. Is there a difference between fire and piercing?
No. The only thing that would matter is force.
So that does 15 damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go ahead and move here and do I guess technically lightning lure on this one. It's a strength saving throw. DC 18.
Lightning lure, which one?
The one in front of Vidar.
Ah. That's like a 20 something.
Oh, okay, wow. I'll just shift here a little bit, and that's my turn.
Okay. It being Vidar's turn, it unfortunately makes the same.
Oh, bummer.
It is no longer blind and it didn't do the other thing that it would have done. Instead, I suppose Vidar is just going to make a strike at it. That hits. And it is bloodied. And unfortunately, Huxley, I'll have to ask you to make me a save again. It is another dex save. DC 15, and please for the giant ape as well. As this one is going to release the arcane bombardment.
That's an 11.
Well, until the end of the next turn, you're unfortunately stunned again.
Ooh.
That ape is also stunned.
And you also take 16 points of force damage. That makes it a red's turn.
Sorry, did the ape get hit too?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it got hit and stunned. It took 16 damage. I think they'll try out on you. But they're still right here. The Ring of the Shooting Stars. Could I get a DC 15 dexterity saving throw from him? That.
Well, that's a net 1, so I
Alright.
don't think it can save then.
Let's go.
Takes 19 fire damage.
Okay.
Everything seems to be going okay. So, yeah,
19.
we kind of step sort of into cover.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's your turn.
Huxley, unfortunately, skips, and then Soleil.
I mean, I guess they will just forward again and start slashing at the creature again. There's one low roll, which is... the low roll means still a 15 to hit. I don't know, 15 hits?
That
15
that
hits it for me. Yeah.
Okay. And all 4 hit again. No double. But pretty decent damage roll. That is that is 52 damage.
Yeah, you slam into its side, and after a series of cracks and some leaking blood, you kill it.
And then I stay where I am.
Okay. Dip. These are not gonna move yet. Eowyn.
Alright. I'm gonna go ahead and do another shot at that one with the crossbow. That's a 15 to hit.
That hits.
That's 13 damage between fire and piercing, and I'm gonna use lightning lure on this one.
Mhm.
Dex saving throw for DC 18. Sorry, not Dex, strength.
It
My
fails.
brain. Okay, so it gets pulled towards me, and once it gets within 5 feet of me, that would be the damage. And that's 16 lightning damage. And I have a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Before it drops, while it's, or I guess, is it while it was in 5 feet of me? Could I use my bonus action to make my star metal sliver do attacks? The thing has to be within 10 feet of me for it to work.
I would say you could make that work.
So that will be a. It uses my. I don't think that's gonna hit though. Okay. Oh, it's not bad, it's not bad. That's a 15 again to hit. That's fine. So that's a not much, but 8 plus 7. 7 piercing damage.
Mm-hmm.
And that's my turn.
Okay. Then Vidar. Vidar strikes and debug, and it is within an inch of its life. But it's still alive.
Always.
So it's its turn, so let's see if it can. Nope. It's going to just tag Vidar, I guess.
That sounds horrible. Don't do that.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't want to attack the Zara.
Sounds
Why would you wanna do
reasonable.
that?
Sounds somewhat reasonable.
Not at all.
Just 2 hits.
I would attack him too if I could.
Oh, hold on. Oh, that was a horrible roll. Jesus.
Good.
He takes 6 points of damage.
Ooh.
Oh no, he's hurt. Save
Now he's
him.
mad.
But it is Red's turn.
Save him. I know.
I cannot
No, I know.
possibly see that bug.
What do you mean you can't
You
see
need
that
to
through?
save Vidar, or he's going to
I
die.
can't see anything.
Why are you
What's up,
hiding
buddy?
behind the 8?
I mean, he's undead. Dying is kind of his thing.
I can most easily see
Yeah.
He's got previous experience with that.
this one, I guess. Could that one give me a DC 15 dex save? As I shoot my ring again. Shoot.
Yeah, well, that's that one.
I love this ring, dude. Amazing.
That's great.
That's just 12 fire damage.
Okay.
I'm just like, what's the traffic jam? That's my turn. Everyone's just piled up and I can't see it.
Free at last.
I will move to here and attack this beetle. A 14.
A 14 just misses.
Attack again. Not 20.
Hey, that makes
That
up
will
for it.
hit.
Nice.
Combine it all into one hit.
Well, it is way better hitting twice for me.
Yeah.
Ready.
With that,
so,
with that strength.
That's still 32.
Nice.
Right. Instantly past bloodied into almost dead.
Let's go.
Well, because I rolled a nat 20 and this turn I won't forget about it, I can attack again as a bonus action.
Oh,
Let's go.
Oh,
Nice.
that's nice. That's cool.
Yeah, and that's a 24.
Yeah, that hits.
Murder it.
I think you're like Mm-hmm.
Let's go.
Make it die.
Again, with a series of 2 blows, you soften, and with the second one, strike right through. There's the satisfying crunch as this bug also dies. And as it does,
Uh-oh. I don't like that.
everything gets suddenly a lot brighter.
Is it because it's eating, stopped eating the magic, maybe? Maybe that's a good thing,
Probably.
right?
Yeah.
Probably a good thing.
Maybe.
Must be a good thing. We'll go with the good thing, yeah? Let's just believe, manifest good things.
Is that your turn?
Just have to believe hard enough.
When they were stunning me, was it because they flashed like light at me?
It was technically a force. It's sort of concussive.
Right, okay, so like looking away.
It does force
really-
damage, yeah.
It seemed like it was the yellow ones. I don't know if the other ones could do it, but the
Oh.
yellow ones were the ones
Oh,
that
I
were
thought it
doing it.
was.
Well, you haven't seen one of these, but they've also been sort of holding to the back.
No. I'm not saying that they can't do it, but I'm saying the ones that have been doing it have been the yellow
Cool.
ones. Correct?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay. Then, Soleil.
Alright, and 20, 30, 40. Let's see. To read up something real quick.
Is the ape still stunned?
No. It was last turn. I don't think it's done to this turn. Because it was done at the same time as Hakusai.
Yeah. Would be
Oh.
unstunned now.
Okay, 30 feet. 10, 20, 30, 40, 56, 10, 20. No, it doesn't really. Okay, I will just shoot 3 arrows at the beetle.
Mm-hmm.
There is a natural 1 among them, and the other 2 are
Hmm.
30, 20.
For the net 1, please roll me a 1d20 real quick.
5.
Okay. Make a note of that, though I doubt it matters. What is the damage you do?
29 piercing damage.
29?
Yeah. And I move like 10, 20, 30 feet.
Before you move,
Oh yeah.
as your arrows strike this one, it dies.
Oh, nice.
And as it dies, there is a shriek as the third one is crushed into nothing. As a very strong swirl of light distorts the space at the center of this of the machine. You see all these smaller bugs that had been like sitting on it and sitting around it just sort of move to the middle and vanish in the light. And yeah, that is that's the third one gone as well.
The ape just needs
Evelyn.
to smash that one.
Oh yeah, the ape, the ape can do.
Yeah, the ape
do
attacks
it.
that one.
Mm-hmm. An attack with advantage, about as flanked as one can be.
Okay, it already hits. Let's see if there's any.
If it hits, it
Yeah.
48 damage.
crushes. the slam down. And the bug is nothing but a smear on the ground.
This like
Yes,
right or
you are.
wrong?
Looks like
Out of
seems really close.
Initiative. And
Now the power is back on.
as the light swirls, as combat ends, there's this rumble that shakes throughout what you would assume the entire facility. You feel this tremor through the ground, the walls. There's a little bit of falling debris from the ceiling. And Vidar turns to you and says, "We have to hurry back. She's gone." And that's where we end today's session.
He's gone? Who's she?
She's
And
gone?
that's where we end today's session.
She is
He said
gone?
she's gone? Beggar!
Before I have to elaborate anything because I am melting.
It's fine. But beggar!
She...
Thank you guys for the game. I'm sorry.